Honorable members, the House rules. The question 8 was the Honorable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2021-22 in the sum of $1,638,600,900, and do agree that said sum do form a charge against the consolidated fund or the funds of the state of Member for South. Honorable members.
I may proceed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that you have always granted a little leeway to respond to the occasional statement that's made across the floor. And perhaps I will start off by responding to one such statement that I had the opportunity to hear. I was hoping that I might have been in a position to congratulate the member for Soufriere Fossejak by saying to him, looks like he got promoted to the front benches, given how he started off his delivery yesterday. But of course, after some reflection, I've decided that I will have to withdraw that interest. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, he indicated to the House that this government will be introducing a budgetary policy statement later on in the course of the year, and then he alluded to the fact that the previous administration did not see fit to, I know you remember, Mr. Speaker, because I'm sure it resonated with you, did not see fit to introduce a budget policy statement, and of course, he explained that by lack of courage, lack of confidence, and so on. Now, I've heard that from the floor of this House on several occasions, and it's useful to give history an alternative view in these matters, because I suspect down the road our students of history would want to look at the legislative history of this Parliament, our Hansard, and see how issues were dealt with. And I think some of us need to realize sometimes we are actually speaking to history. Now, the truth is, and those colleagues of mine who were present in Cabinet will know, that the reason why we never had a budget policy statement in 2016 was actually very simple, that I felt very strongly, and I told them, that an election was imminent. It was an election year, and it was unfair to an incumbent government, or an incoming government rather, to find a budget policy statement crafted on estimates of expenditure. And we should allow the electorate to make the decision, and when they make the decision, then the new government will have the option of introducing a budget policy statement, as they had that option if they wanted to exercise it. There is always a supplementary budget. And I dared a member for Soufriere Fossejak to tell me anywhere in the Constitution it is written that it is a requirement of the appropriation bill that you have a budget policy statement. The Constitution makes absolutely no reference. It's not a requirement of the Constitution. It's a convention, it's a practice endorsed by our standing orders, yes. But then, I just want to tell the honorable member that the omens are not good. And let me explain what I mean. The omens are not good. First, governments that introduce a budget just before the election, they always lose. Always lose, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, they always lose if they introduce a budget before elections. Now, the second thing is, Mr. Speaker, I think this is an odd year. This is what, 2021? And you don't do well in odd years. You lost an election in 1997. You lost an election in 2011. The die is cast. You will lose this year because it is 2021. So you're in serious trouble. And the omens are not very good at all. So you might want to, and I notice a member for Gaston Southeast is watching me intently on these observations and these points. Now let me turn, Mr. Speaker, to the meat of the issue. Mr. Speaker, if there is anything that these estimates of revenue and expenditure reveal, it is, as I have attempted to say in the past, that our country is in a deep hole. And just consider for a moment the indicators, Mr. Speaker. We are unable to get any authoritative clarification of our debt to GDP ratio. A CDB publication, Regional Report 2020 Review and 2021 Outlook, puts it at 102%, which is what the leader of the opposition was in effect saying yesterday, but he didn't quote the source. Yesterday morning, the Minister of Finance rose to his feet and says, that is false. It's 87%. And let's wait until the Economic and Social Review indicate what the amount is, but we shall wait.
Speaker, on a point of order, just to help the member from Beaufort South, we do have the document from CDB giving the correction. Be happy to make a document of the House.
Sure, sure.
Hopefully he will take my word for it.
Sure.
The debt to GDP is 86%.
Sure. And you will notice that I did not prevent you from interrupting me, because that's not a point of order, but I still allowed. So, Mr. Speaker, let's move on.
Continue.
Right. See how generous I am today, Mr. Speaker. Whatever the number, whether it is 87 or 102%, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the unparalleled borrowing by this administration has placed substantial upward pressure on this ratio. I also recall, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Finance also suggested in a previous sitting in this House that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I was about to say, Mr. Speaker, before I come to that, the decline in our GDP is so drastic that it is unknown at this time, the precise quantum of the decline. At one sitting, we were told by the Minister of Finance that GDP had declined by an estimated 18%. And I'm sure honorable members will confirm they remember this. I also recalled that the Minister of Finance also suggested in a previous sitting in this House that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank had estimated that GDP had declined even further, possibly, and these were his cautionary words, by some 22%. So we have this figure fluctuating between 18 and 22%. The problem, Mr. Speaker, and it's rather strange, that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank website does not cite the figure even at this time. Possibly it is that St. Lucia has not provided the data to ECCB because they base their information on the data presented by the subject country. But unavailable GDP estimates apart, we have seen a dramatic downturn in revenue. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say that if any country suffers a GDP decline of 15, 16, 17, 18%, worse yet, 22%, 27%. It is a veritable disaster. It's a monumental disaster, Mr. Speaker. And in recent times in economic history, there are two countries I know that have suffered disasters of that kind where GDP has plummeted. One was Grenada, when it had that major hurricane. I think they declined to about 18 or 19%, and another, of course, Dominica, but Dominica recuperated because of the heavy expenditure in infrastructure. But unavailable GDP estimates apart, we have seen a dramatic downturn in revenue, and no one contests that. The figures say that. This downturn has been followed by record levels of borrowing, unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. Inevitably, we have a rising overall deficit on our hands, suggested by these estimates to be in the region of 7.9%. And whether that is absolutely accurate is still debatable. And none of us sitting in this chamber could ever forget what it was like when we had a deficit bordering on 10% of GDP, and all other factors were normal, and we had to deal with that, including, of course, creating and introducing measures to engage in some structural adjustment in the economy. And whether or not we care to admit it, unemployment has sharply increased. Deepening poverty has occurred amidst obvious signs of social dysfunction and decay. And all of us in this House will have a huge task to pull this country together and pull the people together to deal with the social deviance that has occurred, particularly through this pandemic. And I have seen evidence of honorable members attempting to deal with it, either by way of condemning what has occurred, others by offering counseling. But we are slowly moving to a society that is dysfunctional and increasingly unwilling to cooperate with the authority of the day to deal with issues. This pandemic has worsened that possibility. And of course, the painful one, our handling of the COVID pandemic has been dismal. We now have to concede that. And we know it's the worst in the Eastern Caribbean. The question is, how did this happen? Where did it go wrong? Mr. Speaker, I'm tired, to be frank, of investigations. And there's a point at which investigation and more investigation has a limited use. But I'll say this. Whatever has occurred with the handling of the pandemic, we need to, as a country, analyze it, assess it, because the future still holds possibilities in pandemics, and need to correct the structural deformities that have led to the situation we are currently in. No doubt, Mr. Speaker, some of the problems are historical, some are not. How we exercise policy options is an issue. How prepared we were is an issue. How is it that we handle the equipment, procurement, etc. is an issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that a dispassionate assessment will be done to evaluate our performance and to ensure that we do not repeat the mistakes that we have made in the past few months. I will, as I have done before, Mr. Speaker, in this House, concede this. This is an unprecedented crisis of extraordinary magnitude and proportion, never experienced since our independence in 1979. And this applies to whichever government would have been in office, and none of us can pretend otherwise. But there is a responsibility. To my mind, Mr. Speaker, these estimates of revenue and expenditure should indicate to us, the people of St. Lucia, even to the F and Fs, how precisely we are going to crawl out from the deep hole in which we have found ourselves. I concede to a monumental burden has been cast on the government. The question is whether the government has discharged the burden imposed on it by these estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented to the House. That is the issue. Has these estimates of revenue and expenditure showed us a clear path out of the morass in which we find ourselves? Are the estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented crafted to resolve the fundamental economic and financial problems which we face now and in the future? That is the issue. And this is what this debate should be about. Who has the most realistic plan to rescue the people of St. Lucia from the hole in which they have been cast? That's what this debate is about. It's not just a policy debate. It's the story behind the figures, what the figures say. Is there a clear path? There's no plan from the Minister of Finance to relieve our woes, no path to recovery, no restoration of hope and confidence. The only plan on the table has come from the Leader of the Opposition. Why do I say this? Well, you know, you came to the table screaming belatedly, but yet you had to take his advice on dealing with the COVID pandemic before you. But we'll leave that for the time being. Mr. Speaker, when I examine the proposed estimates of revenue and expenditure, I see nothing which suggests to be operating in a crisis. It's multiple crises, not just one, multiple. We are in the midst of a pandemic that has caused a loss of jobs, claimed 55 lives, not just 55, but 55 lives, closed businesses, caused a near collapse of our healthcare system, unleashed incredible hardship and suffering. Yet what do we see in the estimates of revenue and expenditure? More of the same. A bloated capital program, increasing debt, reduced expenditure on transfers, unnecessary expenditure on pet projects of no immediate value to the people of St. Lucia, projects that will have no discernible impact on the quality of life of our people. Let us, Mr. Speaker, examine some aspects of this budget in some detail. And I'm going to nitpick, Mr. Speaker, because I don't see the coherence that requires a particular kind of approach. Let me first turn to a point made by the Leader of the Opposition. It deserves repetition. The budget summary, Mr. Speaker, and you can look at it, suggests that recurrent revenue for 2021-22 will be in the ballpark of $1 billion, relative to an outturn of $883 million in 2020-21. We all know that what the effects of the policies of this UWP administration have been, and they are accentuated by the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. I am therefore curious about the capacity of the economy to yield an additional $118 million in 21-22, while global and regional economies are still reeling from the effects of the pandemic. The question is this: where is this additional revenue coming from? What is its source? According to the budget summary, in 2021, the government of St. Lucia had programmed some $10.8 million in capital revenue for financial year 2020-21, but realized just about $374,000. For 2021-2022, I noticed that amount of EC 6.04 million has been programmed. It would be interesting for the Minister of Finance to disclose the nature of this revenue and the circumstances that suggest this amount would be realized in 2021-22, relative to the outturn in 2020-21. Mr. Speaker, when one looks at revenue performance over the past year, nearly every head of recurrent revenue has shown a reduction in revenue generation. Just take a look, Mr. Speaker, if you like, at pages 8 to 10, and you'll see what I'm getting at. Let's take, Mr. Speaker, page 8 with inland revenue. In 2019 to 20, it was 500 million. The approved estimates in 2021 suggested it is 438 million 142, but in actuality it was 374 million 543, and it is now climbing according to these draft estimates to 426 million 214,000. Go to Customs and Excise. They handle VAT, etc., airport tax, excise taxes, etc. 2019 to 2020, 543 million 323,000. Approved estimates 2020-21, 484 million 991. Revised estimates 2020-21, 426 million 294,000 dollars. And of course, it continues, Mr. Speaker. And if, Mr. Speaker, you want to go through the rest, it is entirely up to you, because I think the point has been made with these two major agencies. Yet, Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants have been estimated at $1.1 billion, approximately 7 million less than the approved estimates for 2020-21, and over 200 million more than the budgeted outturn for 2020-21. And again, Mr. Speaker, you are invited to look at the budget summary. Further, Mr. Speaker, tax revenue is forecasted to be 107 million higher than the revised estimates for 2020-21. The government has forecasted increases in property tax. Apparently, the party is over. The giveaway of the last 3 years, I think, probably is coming to an end. Goods and services and international trade in financial year 2021-22. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this suggests a return to some revenue sources, but in a highly buoyant economy. Is this for real? Are we dealing with a real economy? Are we dealing with a real country? Mr. Speaker, I would want the Minister of Finance to explain the assumptions and factors that contribute to this optimistic forecast. Is revenue deliberately over-forecasted to demonstrate a smaller projected deficit for 2021-22? And this is one of the simplest tricks in the book. What you do to deal with your projected deficit, you inflate your revenue figures deliberately. You over-forecast. Is this intended to lure St. Lucians into a false sense of security, so that they feel that their government is managing the fiscal affairs of the country prudently? Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for games. This thing is serious. It's a time for truth, and it is a time to bring the people of the country into your confidence so that they know what they face. Mr. Speaker, I ask these questions because discerning St. Lucians would know that it is only after the end of a financial year, for example, January to December 2020, businesses would declare their income and pay corporate tax. If we therefore agree that the economy contracted severely in 2020, then it means that many businesses would have suffered losses in 2020. How then would government revenue increase in such an environment? Similarly, Mr. Speaker, many persons have lost jobs during the pandemic. Recovery in the job market will likely to be slow, given the uncertainty globally. Of course, everybody's expecting a huge rebound in tourism because of the pent-up frustration and disappointment and anger that they haven't had sun and sea and sun. But of course, that depends on how things unfold. It is well known that government revenue thrives in periods of high consumption induced by high disposable income. And whether salaries are not necessarily the best and they're not high, but numbers matter. How can we therefore assume that consumption will increase and so too will government revenue under those circumstances? Mr. Speaker, I'm still on the budget summary. And I want to draw your attention to the issue of wages and salaries. I notice wages and salaries are programmed to increase by approximately $9 million over the budgeted amount for 2020-2021. Why is this increase? I'm curious. Will this be expended on the recruitment of new staff to the public service? Who are they? Or will we be recruiting more doctors and nurses to deal with the crisis in healthcare associated with the explosion in the number of COVID-19 infections on Ireland? And I want to indicate, Mr. Speaker, if you see that was the case, that this $10 million would be spent on recruiting more nurses to look after the people of St. Lucia, I don't think any one of us would have ever had a quarrel, because we know the immense pressure and strain that our healthcare practitioners have had to bear. So explanation is in the order. But I want to turn, Mr. Speaker, to an item called transfers, Mr. Speaker, again in a budget summary. Of concern, Mr. Speaker, is that transfers are budgeted to be some $40 million lower than the expected outturn for 2020-21. Again, I draw your attention to the budget summary. Mr. Speaker, you may not be aware, but that budget line transfers typically includes amounts allocated to statutory enterprises or bodies that provide utilities or social services to the population. In an environment where we are witnessing so much suffering, pain, and distress, why in a period when the budget is increasing are the transfers to ordinary citizens declining? Why, Mr. Speaker? Why are we taking measures like this at this point when people are crying out for support? Why? I mean, Mr. Speaker, it does not even stop there. It's this gnawing insensitivity that is so troublesome. Take, Mr. Speaker, you may think I'm exaggerating, but take this issue of tax refunds. I understand the pressure civil servants are under in drafting a budget, and it is my understanding that this is the first time Ernst & Young was not available to draft the budget. This was done by the public officers, who of course should be complimented. Maybe we'll get clarification in due course. Mr. Speaker, I note with alarm the $1 million reduction in the allocation for tax refunds over the amount budgeted in 2020-2021. Even more alarming is the fact that out of the $10.5 million budgeted for tax refunds in 2020-2021, only $7.6 million was expended. In other words, Mr. Speaker, in their time of greatest need, when lives and livelihoods were being lost, the UWP administration prioritized expenditure on roads rather than provide relief to St. Lucians in the form of refunds which are legally due to them. This is a time when citizens need money in their hands, in their pockets. This is a time to put some of the promised ching-ching in the pockets of working St. Lucians, not deprive them of what they're justly entitled. The more money that is in circulation, the more people have disposable income, the better it is for all of us and for the economy. I am still on the budget summary, Mr. Speaker, and I continue to focus on it. The budget summary suggests that the government of St. Lucia borrowed approximately $618 million to finance last year's budget. And I invite you to see the projected outturn for 2020-2021. And hopes to borrow another $509 million more in the financial year 2021-2022. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister of Finance, one for whom all kinds of criticisms have been offered, I certainly understand the difficulties associated with deteriorating economic conditions and lower revenue performance. However, one especially important question emerges. In acquiring $618 million in debt, how much relief was provided to the ordinary St. Lucian during this period of crisis? Can the government say how much of that debt actually touched people's lives? How much of that debt went and benefited people individually? How much employment was created? How did the average single mother or student benefit? How can St. Lucians be expected to repay this debt when they were not the beneficiaries of the same? Mr. Speaker, I sure hope that the Honourable Minister for Finance can provide some measure of accountability on the matter of debt and its intergenerational burden. Let's tell the people the truth. Regarding the debt, the administration should also speak to the expectations on how they plan to raise a further $509 million in 2021-22, following $618 million in 2020-2021. Who are we marketing these treasury bills and bonds to, Mr. Speaker? Who are they? Who are the buyers? Approximately $1.1 billion is expected to be borrowed in 2 years. How will the market perceive this? And, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter I have continuously raised. But let me leave that for a moment and turn to the UWP administration favorite line item in the budget, capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic rages on. Over 4,000 St. Lucians have been confirmed as positive with COVID-19 infections. 55 persons have died with or of COVID-19 infections, yet the government marches to the beat of the pre-pandemic drum, concrete and steel economics. Resurface roads, build drains, a la direct awards. But there is some inconsistency in the figures for capital expenditure that requires some clarification. On page Roman numeral 3, capital expenditure is estimated at $278 million. However, on page Roman numeral 4, Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure is expressed at $404 million. Whatever the amount, it is not surprising that such a significant sum has been allocated for capital expenditure while St. Lucians suffer job and income loss. No surprise here. We all know what time it is. Yet the intensity of this government to the plight of the average St. Lucian citizen still baffles me. Any relief that is available seems to have been left to the private sector. And there are some institutions that stand out, and the public at large need to recognize their contribution. I must say the Bank of St. Lucia is one such institution. Lucia has shown commendable patience in dealing with bills. You can't say the same thing for the other utilities. I believe First National has attempted to provide some measure of support. But the other institutions do not. They're on your back, they phone you, they harass you for all kinds of reasons. Loans are being called in left, right, and center. That can't be right, Mr. Speaker, and there's no voice to be heard. But we return to the summary, Mr. Speaker. According to the budget summary, the government has budgeted an overall deficit of 7.9% of GDP, or $383 million. The difference between revenue and expenditure for 2021-22 is $630 million. Yet the Minister of Finance comes to this Parliament and makes statements about fiscal prudence and sinking fund, etc. If a government is running a deficit, Mr. Speaker, of 7.9% of GDP, assuming that figure is correct, and you propose to borrow 509 million to finance the deficit, how can this government put aside any money in a sinking fund in that kind of circumstance? You borrowing for a sinking fund? Are these concepts bandied about in anticipation that average St. Lucians do not understand the fiscal operations of the country? Is the intention to cause more confusion? These statements, Mr. Speaker, reflect the high level of policy dissonance exhibited by this government during the last 5 years. With respect to financing the budget, Mr. Speaker, I noticed the amount of 79.6 million from the World Bank for the financial year 2021-22. I believe this is the amount, am I correct? That was the subject of a debate in this Parliament a few weeks ago. The amount is associated with a development policy credit. Typically, Mr. Speaker, such loans are advanced to governments on condition that they implement key policy reforms and prior actions intended to support the development of the country. Further, these resources are usually advanced to the country on condition they maintain appropriate macroeconomic performance as monitored by the IMF, and the funds can be utilized as deemed appropriate by the country. But I'm not satisfied with the explanation that emerged during the debate in this House, and I now seek clarification. A few questions emerge from this. Exactly what policy measures were agreed to on behalf of the people of St. Lucia? Does the current administration have the ability or capacity to implement those measures to allow this country to draw down on these resources? Will ordinary St. Lucians benefit from these resources even though they may feel the pain of reform measures that are likely to be implemented? Why have all these resources been allocated to capital expenditure when some could have been used to ease the suffering of ordinary St. Lucians? Speaker, I await the answers to these questions. St. Lucians need the truth. They need to know what they face when they wake up the next morning after the general elections in early May. You need to tell them. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to turn to a few mundane agency details and departmental issues for which clarification is sought. And Mr. Speaker, I said today I will nitpick. Mr. Speaker, I am at page 75 of the estimates. And this is a small one, Mr. Speaker. I'm at the office of the Prime Minister, and I'm looking at a National Apprenticeship Program, famously called NAP. Projects expenditure has been reduced by approximately, Mr. Speaker, you will notice 1.2 million. Now this is interesting, Mr. Speaker. This was one of the government's pet projects to provide income to its acolytes. In this environment, why has the staffing associated with the project reduced from 31 to 27 persons? And if you turn now to the Department of Health, Mr. Speaker, the agency summary for the Ministry of Health provides details on staffing. Despite the increased expenditure for financial year 2021-22, it appears there is no proposal for increase in staffing, be it temporary or permanent. Despite the ongoing pandemic and surge in cases in St. Lucia, it does not appear that relief is on its way for the tired and stretched healthcare workers of the country. Turn to page 558, Mr. Speaker. And an hour only allows you to nitpick, Mr. Speaker. And I want you to turn to page 558. What exactly is the role of the performance management and delivery unit? Do we need continued expenditure of $1.26 million in 2021, 2022? In a period of multiple crises? What are you doing spending $1 million on this? What are they tasked with delivering? What is their progress to date? What have they delivered to merit their continued existence? How have they touched the lives of the people of St. Lucia and made a difference? Mr. Speaker, let me turn briefly to the Department of Home Affairs for the time being. It seems as if this department will specialize in the procurement of systems during the financial year 2021-2022. At page 567, I see allocations for passport issuing system and the purchase of border management system at a cost of $2.9 million. Do we need this expenditure at this time? Should we not be redirecting our resources to saving lives, easing the distress of our citizens? I know too, Mr. Speaker, repairs to police stations, inclusive of the plant, machinery, and equipment, is estimated to cost $2.31 million. Look at pages 566 to 567. For my part, Mr. Speaker, I wish to know how much of this allocation will go to the repair of the Vieux Fort police station at Beanfield. It baffles me, Mr. Speaker, how a relatively new building could have been abandoned and left unrepaired for almost 3 years. I'll let you, hey, you'd never believe this guy used to live in St. Lucia, you know. I was rather, Mr. Speaker. You'd never believe that the honorable member used to live in St. Lucia. But be that as it may. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to my good friend, the Minister of Economic Development and a member for Castries Southeast. Mr. Speaker, I have a special question. First of all, I start off with a special question for the member for Castries Southeast. Can he apprise this honorable House of the number of houses constructed and delivered to the people of St. Lucia by the Department of Housing under his leadership? How many houses? Because the figure seems rather unclear, and we know that resources have been made available. But then we must return to one of the most important issues that will face us in the weeks ahead, the fate of St. Jude's. I recall, Mr. Speaker, that this UWP administration had promised the people of St. Lucia, specifically the people of Vieux Fort, that St. Jude's Hospital would have been completed well before the end of 2020. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the member of Castries Southeast, in a memorable clip, despite his recent claim that he has an aversion to timelines, and I suspect, apparently, he has learned his lesson after, of course, spending the last 3 years deriding the opposition for changing timelines on the completion of St. Jude. And to my utter astonishment, in that famous statement in a recent interview, he says exactly what had been said before. You know, when timelines are announced, it's because I am advised by the consultants and those in charge of the project and so on, which is exactly what was said. But never mind. So, Mr. Speaker, despite his recent claim that he has an aversion to timelines, apparently he has learned his lesson. He once declared on a UWP platform celebrating the 3rd anniversary of his party's accession to office sometime in June 2019, that before the end of the next financial year, quote, we will be occupying St. Jude in the new facility. Now, let me say this about the honorable member, Mr. Speaker. contrary to what people think, apart from the exchanges we have in this house, he does speak to me outside, you know. Isn't that we don't talk to each other? The member for Castries saw these, the parliamentary representative. And of course, he's my parliamentary rep. Now, Mr. Speaker, I remember I had issued a statement regarding the Peter management area where that had been violated by the decision to allow a certain building to go up after the member for Soufrière and Forces had made certain statements. And the honorable member met me outside shortly thereafter, and he said to me, and these are his words, "I know you're always right with your facts." Now, that's a remarkable concession. Remarkable concession. And I said, "Thank you." And then he says to me, "But you know, you are wrong about the Peter management area because the meeting at which you said I was present, I was not there." So I turned around and I said to him, "Well, I apologize. And when I get an opportunity to indicate my apology, I will do so. And today's a good day to say that I did apologize because he said to me that he was not at a meeting I accepted." So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think he will have difficulty when I quote him. He says, "We'll be occupying St. Jude in the new facility." Now, that financial year would have ended in 2020. It is now another financial year, 2021, and still no hospital.
Honorable member, please be advised you have 15 minutes.
Only, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
I have important things to do. I got an invitation from the honorable members to talk about the Ministry of Home Affairs. They say that I want to talk about Herman Gill Francis. I didn't want to mention his name, but I want to get them, Mr. Speaker, so you must be tolerant. But let me return to an observation of the leader of the opposition. I have cautioned the member for ancillary canneries, never open doors. On page 593 of the estimates of expenditure, the leader of the opposition observed that an allocation of EC $12.8 million was made for the completion of the hospital. Given the current state of completion, or should I say incompletion, with cladding being installed on an empty shell, is that an adequate amount to bring this project to completion? Or is it yet another thinly veiled attempt at duping the people of Beaufort into thinking that this government aims to complete the project? Just asking, Mr. Speaker, as gentle as I can, because the people of Beaufort and environments deserve to know, Mr. Speaker. Fact is, why are we engaged in all this absurdity? Hospital will open last year at the end of the financial year. You just put in on cladding on the hospital. But there's more, Mr. Speaker. But you know, Mr. Speaker, and you can choose to believe me if you want. It's not for you to pass judgment on what you believe and don't believe. The startling thing is that presently, despite previously drawing attention to this, the ongoing construction does not have full approval since the other conditions of approval set by the DCA have not been met. And this was raised last year. To this day, the architectural certification has not been done. Under normal circumstances, the drawing should have never left the Office of the Development Control Authority unless all the conditions have been met. Up to now, Mr. Speaker, the mechanical and electrical drawings have not been submitted for approval to the DCA. And you say you are completing a hospital, a public building of immense cost. Mind you, an ugly public building. And that seems to be the fate of Beaufort South. UWP has a habit of putting up ugly buildings in Beaufort. I mean, they put some building in the airport there for rich people when they come, a private jet. The building is ugly. Doesn't even take into consideration the topography of the place. It's an ugly building. But you know, with private investment or not, I refuse to believe or accept that the DCA is not aware of what is going on as it pertains to the conditions it attached to the project. I will not accept that, Mr. Speaker. But you know, the deeper question is this. When these things happen, why should any citizen of this country obey the requirements of the Development Control Authority? They're all over the place harassing poor people. Should they obey them? For me, the more puzzling question is this. Why is it that the government of Taiwan continues to supervise a project encased in pure lawlessness? Why is a foreign country doing this? But there's another matter that attracts my attention. It's the cladding, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is when I asked my friend, the member for Castries Southeast, just a few questions that I need to have answers. Of course, this is a season when I have to feed answers to those who need them. Is it correct that a Trinidadian-owned company was contracted to provide the cladding and supervise its installation? Is that correct? What is the name of the company? Who is that company, and what is its track record in procuring and installing cladding? Now, you know, you can tell me, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member can say from his seat, where he's sitting there, no, it's not a Trinidadian company. Matter closed. Matter closed. And what is the cost of installing the cladding? How much we are paying for it? Mr. Speaker, I keep on hearing a name, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Bash. Bash, or Bash, B-A-K-S-H. I don't know, but it sounds eerily similar, but anyway, maybe just coincidence. Thank you, the member for Castries North. But I think, in fairness, we need to know who the individual is, because obviously we all have an interest, given what has occurred with cladding material in the United Kingdom, to get a good sense of who produced the cladding, where it's from, and precisely because it is a hospital, the safety issues underlying the cladding. Now, I accepted the invitation of the honorable members to come to the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Home Affairs. Mr. Speaker, part of the so-called new style presentation of the estimates is a section described as program performance information. That's one of the reasons why this book is so thick, to mystify with all these. Now, I suspect we don't pay attention to it, Mr. Speaker. It is a confessional box. I call it a confessional box, where departments and ministries evaluate their performance. They set targets and they evaluate. I mean, I didn't check the Ministry of Tourism or Infrastructure. I'm certain other persons may want to do so. As I said, Mr. Speaker, truth is we hardly pay attention to this section of the estimates, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, they tell an interesting story. And it is worth looking at it because these are in the estimates of revenue and expenditure and available for discussion. Time does not allow me, because you've admonished me, to engage in any detailed analysis of the self-performance of all the departments and ministries. But I will say this, the Department of Justice and the Department of Home Affairs and National Security attract me. Let's take a first look first, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Home Affairs and National Security, Mr. Speaker. Go to page 147, Mr. Speaker. Open your estimates, Mr. Speaker. Just look at page 147. And really, when we do these things, Mr. Speaker, it begs the question of the utility or the mechanism we use. I don't know where this came from. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at key performance indicators, program performance information, Department of Home Affairs and National Security. Now, if you notice, Mr. Speaker, to the left, percentage of fire inspections and surveys attended to business places. Percentage of fire inspection surveys intended to non-business places. Percentage of special services responded to. Percentage of fire prevention seminars, training conducted, private, non-private institutions. Average response time to emergency calls. Percentage of emergency calls responded to. Percentage of fire investigations at business place. Percentage of fire investigations non-business. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, the data is compiled for 2019 to 2021, 2021. 2020-21 revised estimate, 2021-2022. And you know, every indicator is 100%, even into the future. No, I mean seriously, Mrs. Speaker, I want to urge, I want to urge ministerial colleagues to 147, to really take a serious look at this. And it'll become a little clearer. Now, if you don't believe me, next take a look at page 150 to 1155, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at page 152, 152, and 155. Yeah, if you look at page 152, 155, and I assume they're talking about, yeah, they're talking about inmates and so on. And look at the last percentage attendance in court by inmates. 2009 to 20, 100%. 2021, 100%. 2021, revised 100%. Budget estimate, 100%. 2023, 24, 100%. So we know what the percentage is for the future. Now, percentage of recidivism. How you mean? 2009 to 20, and I'll tell you why. 45%, 45%, 45%, 45%, 45%. Percentage of mentally ill inmates receiving mental health care, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. No. But I find what is more interesting, Mr. Speaker, it's page 129, and I invite you, I know you will follow me, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, you'll be amused by this. Now, Mr. Speaker, how much time I have left?
Honorable member for Bavano, are you standing in a point of elucidation or standing order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing because I realize the member for Beaufort South is requesting more time.
No.
So I'm standing.
I just wanted to find out. No, it's okay. I want to thank you.
More time? You have to do more time.
And I appreciate the fact that you're generous in your old age. That's good. Mr. Speaker, how much time I have left? And he's my friend. We can have that exchange. Well, how much time I have left, Mr. Speaker? 10 minutes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have enough time. So, Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at page 129. Now, have a look, Mr. Speaker, at page 129, and you'll understand what I'm getting at. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice, key program strategies for 2020-21, re-establish the forensic pathology service at the laboratory. And you remember the hue and cry, the condemnation. It says, achievement progress, column, the forensic pathology unit operations at the Lucia Forensic Science Laboratory ceased in 2019. You read further. The forensic pathologists did not renew the contract for this financial year. We also did not hire another forensic pathologist since the intended candidate took up a teaching position and was unavailable to hire. And I can go on. But let's go on, Mr. Speaker. Get trace unit online and commence training of analysts to perform casework trace analysis. Achievements, progress. To date, this has not been achieved. Go down lower, Mr. Speaker. Absorb the crime scene unit under the umbrella of the Forensic Science Services. This initiative was not realized. Go down lower. Train new evidence officer in justice tracks LIMS and to management of unit operations. Achievement, this initiative was not realized. Bloodstain pattern analysis, training and certification. This initiative was not realized. That's a trademark. Train expert, witness testimony, training course. This initiative will be held in December 2020. Gone by, eh? No, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the so-called key program strategies, there could be no greater indictment of a sitting minister than this, and you see why I was interested in it? But it is also a warning to all of you that you better pay attention to these things while in office. The fact is, the public officers in the Ministry of Justice have given their own minister a fail grade for his performance. That's the reality of this. They have judged him and they told him, look, you have failed. And this is the same minister who had all the solutions for crime, whose advice he claims was not heeded by the previous administration. But what is the reality? He has presided over the worst homicide statistics in the island that's not reflected in this. Just look at the last 4 years of the respective administrations. 2013 on the labor, 34 homicides plus 2 police shootings. 2014, 34 homicides plus 3 police shootings. 2015, 29 homicides. 2016, 31 homicides. Total 128 over that period. Enter the United Workers' Party. 2007, no, not yet. 2017, 16 homicides. 60. And that is the highest number for any Minister of National Security we have ever appointed in this country. 2018, 43. 2019, 50. And 2020, 55, making a total, I believe, 208 homicides. Too numerous to count. Too numerous to count. But you know, honorable member, I will quote you. And Mr. Speaker, you will note I have not named the minister, but I know you're an imaginative speaker and you know exactly who I'm talking about. Suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is the same minister who publicly asked me if I remember him. He was not even selected as a candidate, but he asked me if I remember him. My reply, Mr. Speaker, truth is, I remember him very, very well. And I will remember him even better after this general election in May. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was a great final contribution.
Honorable member for Grocery, just before honorable members, I need 1-2 minutes. I do not want to suspend the House, so I'm suggesting, and with your advice and your advice, can we just resolve ourselves into committee to keep the House in session? Permit me just 1-2 minutes. Yes?
And we have just seen a break in the session as the Speaker, Honorable Andy Daniel, asked of the parliamentarians for a moment, as he put it, and he did not want to adjourn the House primus. He simply said he needed a moment to step out, and what he indicated is that the House would sit in session And so we're now having some discussion, cross-talking happening there amongst the parliamentarians. We did have quite moments of levity there, Primus, as the honourable member for me, V4 South, made his presentation. That's Honourable Dr. Kenny Anthony. And he certainly provided laughter for the House this afternoon. Yes, yes. And oh, absolutely, that's expected in the House. Yes, yes, indeed, indeed.
Oh boy.
And so, but you know, Primus, the session, we're still awaiting the presentations by member for Grocery.
Yes, he will be the next thing.
Yeah, so he will be coming up next. Yes. And we are still waiting for the presentation by Honorable.
The speaker didn't say how long the break would be.
The break would be. He did say that they are going to be in session. Pardon me, that he needed a moment.
It appears so, yes.
That's what he indicated. He needed a moment.
Okay, témoin, just témoin vite ma koyol, monsieur madame, speaker, akay constate d'un gros débat chican pour consulter sur budget l'année ça là et tenir pour un petit temps pour sortir, pas vitement, il était pour demander pour un petit temps, non pas c'est pas attaquer pour longtemps pour sortir dans cette situation. Pendant ça, ces mêmes là, tous les deux façades là, pour un petit parler et puis il y en a l'autre, et qu'à ce moment là où tu es même parlement pour façade sud, vieux fort, on a gagné entendu de faire présentation et que les speakers vieux, c'est même pour parlement, pour Gozile, on a Lénard Motout qui a fait présentation. Bon matin, nous présentation représentatif pour parlement, pour la Boui, Alva Baptiste, aussi pour Castro Central, Madame Sarah Floyd Bobé, on a avec commissaire représentatif pour Sud-Nuit, ça c'est on a Edmond Estefan et où est allé là. Même pour parlement pour Sud-Vieux for Dr. Kenny Anthony et nous avons qui situation qui continue avec tout bagage qui bout aller hopefully
Absolutely. It looks like we're on track to having the debate end, although 3 days had been facilitated. And we're now back in session, and the Honourable Member for Groseley, Honourable Leonard Spider Montoot, is now making his way to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia has been engaged in much discussion over the last year on the significant negative economic and social impact of COVID-19, and so I have no desire to repeat what is already known intimately by everyone in this Honorable House, but permit me, Mr. Speaker, to reference some key areas as I discuss the operations of my ministry in contributing to this debate. Mr. Speaker, on a regional front, we acknowledge the economic impact of the pandemic on tourism-dependent economies like St. Lucia, and we have watched almost helplessly as national economic and social development gains have been eroded. This puts us at a strain and a pressure on our social assistance programs and leaving vulnerable households to navigate through turbulent waters in this current situation. Mr. Speaker, locally, we have watched our unemployed figures soar as hundreds of people have lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic. We have witnessed the steady climb of individuals coming to the ministry and to the SSDF to seek various forms of assistance such as food, jobs, house rent, medical assistance, and the list goes on. We have listened to the heartfelt accounts of hardship experienced by families
and we have witnessed the very real struggles of our population, in particular our poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, the current situation is an extremely challenging one, but as a government, we have persevered and we have worked hard to provide relief to our brothers and sisters as this government believes in taking care of its people. We believe in protecting our population and in upholding their rights as citizens of this country. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, despite our limited resources over the past year, we have been able to successfully advocate at various levels for support on behalf of our people, and we have been able to leverage our social protection system to respond to the demands created by this crisis in an effort to bring relief to those in need. You see, Mr. Speaker, the core business of my ministry is rooted in our conviction that social protection is a fundamental right, as recognized by international human rights instruments such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 and the 1996 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And as such, we remain committed to the creation of just and equitable society in which the poor and the vulnerable, the marginalized, the voiceless, as a matter of fact, everyone can realize their full potential and in so doing contribute meaningfully to the growth and development of this country. Mr. Speaker, last month we celebrated the 42nd anniversary of our independence under the theme, A Resilient Nation, We Can, We Will. For some of us, this may be just another catchy jingle, but for me and my ministry, this theme resonated in our hearts as fundamentally it represents the ideology, the thinking, and the approach which must be adopted by all of us as a collective, as we seek to bounce back and move forward. It is therefore both fortuitous and timely that this section of my budget presentation focuses on the pressing issue of survival and resilience, noting the treacherous road that we have traversed within the past year. I therefore invite you to journey with me as I present on the activities of my ministry towards the achievement of the overarching goal of poverty and vulnerability reduction, people empowerment, and resilience building. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice, Local Government, and Empowerment has been at the forefront of this government's COVID-19 response initiatives from the outset. One of the first activities facilitated through the ministry was the National Feeding Program. Mr. Speaker, the National Feeding Program was a collaboration between the government of St. Lucia and the private sector, namely the St. Lucia Hotel and Tourism Association, with the objective of providing hot meals to poor and vulnerable people identified through objective targeting. Specifically, through this initiative, almost 20,000 hot meals were distributed over a 2-month period from April to mid-2020, and every constituency benefited. This initiative was quickly followed by the distribution of thousands of food packages island-wide in collaboration with the Office of the Prime Minister. In November, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Equity again facilitated the distribution of 400 food boxes to beneficiaries of the Public Assistance Program and other vulnerable households island-wide. This gesture was made possible by the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Agriculture and Industry through a check donation of $40,000. The food boxes contained produce purchased from local farmers, among other food items, and were packaged by the St. Lucia Marketing Board. Mr. Speaker, the nexus in this arrangement is worth noting. Purchases from agricultural produce from the farmers contributed to a sustenance of their livelihood, whilst we supported the food needs of other households, certainly a win-win situation for everyone. Mr. Speaker, only recently, that is last month, my ministry collaborated with the National Community Foundation and distributed an additional 420 food hampers to beneficiaries of the Child Disability Grant and people living with HIV/AIDS. That was an intervention executed at a cost of $46,000. That's Eastern Caribbean dollars. No doubt, we are grateful for the timely and generous donations by both the Chamber and the NCF, as well as the support of the St. Lucia Marketing Board. I extend my sincere thanks to them. Mr. Speaker, we have not only distributed food items, but we have also assisted families in meeting their sanitary and hygiene needs. In November 2020, with financial assistance from UNICEF, the ministry provided hygiene care packages to 500 beneficiaries in the public assistance and foster care programs. This contribution was valued at $34,500. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, with the support of the Korean government to the sum of $150,000, my ministry is preparing 6,000 care packages for distribution to vulnerable families, to include people who have lost their jobs as a result of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, though these may not be huge sums, we are extremely grateful for the augmentation of the ministry's capacity through these donations to lend a helping hand on a consistent basis to our brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, from early on, we were concerned about the pressures that would be brought to bear on our clients as they respond to COVID-19, and so we advocated, we discussed, and we negotiated for some additional support for them. Those negotiations bore fruit, and during the period July to September 2020, the ministry facilitated the scaling up of the Child Disability Grant, Children in Foster Care, and the People Living with HIV programs in an effort to provide much-needed relief in the short term. With the exception of people living with HIV, beneficiaries of these programs received a top-up or an increase in the value cash transferred for 3 months. For people living with HIV, this increase is for a 12-month period from July 2020 to June 2021. In all cases, stipends were increased by $100. And so, Mr. Speaker, to give a clear sense of this augmentation, the arrangement was that for 312 people receiving the Child Disability Grant, the stipend was increased from $200 to $300 monthly, and for the 3-month period mentioned above. Similarly, for 183 children in foster care, the stipend was increased from $300 to $400 monthly for the same period for 88 people on the People Living with HIV program. The food voucher value doubled from $100 to $200 monthly and will be provided for 1 year from July 2020. These increases were made possible through the kind assistance of UNICEF and the World Food Program. And I take this opportunity here to express my deepest appreciation on behalf of the government and people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, my ministry's flagship social assistance program is the Public Assistance Program, PAP. This is the largest cash transfer program in St. Lucia, and prior to October 2020, there were 2,600 households on this program. However, for some time, we have recognized the limited coverage of this program and the implication for poverty reduction. Being a caring government sensitive to the plight of many families in communities, my ministry fast-tracked the expansion of the Public Assistance Program, the PAP, to accommodate an additional 1,000 eligible households, bringing the total to 3,600. All new applications, Mr. Speaker, were processed through the SLNet 3.0, and that is a proxy means test used to determine an applicant's eligibility for public assistance. I mention this, Mr. Speaker, to give you the assurance that eligibility was determined on merit and not on any other considerations such as political or nepotistic considerations. Mr. Speaker, from November 2020 New households have been receiving cash transfers in keeping with established amounts paid to PAP households. To date, we have spent over $1.2 million in payment to our new clients. Mr. Speaker, this initial phase of the PAP expansion program is being funded by the India-UN Partnership Development Fund to the tune of US $500,000 and the World Food Program to the tune of US $229,610.74. And this will be done for a period of 6 months. Again, we are immensely grateful to the government of India and the World Food Program for this support. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with several partners, such as Ministry of Tourism, Department of Finance, Department of Economic Development, and the Government Information Technology Center, the Ministry of Equity facilitated the implementation of one of the most prominent initiatives of the government, the Income Support Program, ISP. And that is a program for non-NIC contributors, Mr. Speaker. This program, which involved the provision of $500 per month for 3 months as income support to non-contributors of the NIC who become unemployed due to the impact of COVID-19, benefited a total of 4,865 people out of a total pool of 6,733 applicants. Payment was made during the period July to October 2020 at a total cost of $7,297,500. Eligible people included tour guide operators, hairdressers, small bar and restaurant owners, artists, entertainers, and service providers of the tourist industry. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Assistance Program represents yet another social assistance intervention to assist poor and vulnerable household families. Through this program, electricity accounts of eligible people are credited by EC $75 monthly for a period of 6 months from October 2020 to March 2021. To date, 3,028 people are benefiting from this program. Mr. Speaker, there are many more initiatives that I could speak on, but I would like to turn my attention to various departments and agencies affiliated to my ministry. I merely mention those initiatives given the constant repeated refrain that our government is not providing for the plight of the poor and vulnerable, contrary to the evidence that is being revealed from my presentation here today. Mr. Speaker, through its diverse programming, the St. Lucia Social Development Fund continues to provide requisite and timely support to people in need on an annual basis. Over the past year, the SSDF implemented several programs to include the HOPE program, which facilitated the implementation of 30 small and medium infrastructural projects around the island and provided direct employment to 65 people through the housing program. 10 families received new or rehabilitated homes prior to the suspension of the housing program as a result of COVID-19. Noting what was happening in the education sector, that is the need to transition to online learning, and the concern of the government of St. Lucia for households with children, the government augmented the educational assistance budget of the SSDF by some $3 million to expand access to poor and vulnerable households. This program is ongoing, but to date, almost 5,500 children have received support as necessary from the menu of books, uniforms, tuition support, devices such as tablets and laptops, and transportation allowance. Mr. Speaker, another important program of the SSDF, which I must mention, and which has benefited 705 families as well as 484 employees or caregivers, is the Home Caregivers Program. This program ensures that our senior citizens receive care and continue to live a dignified life in their latter years. Other programs such as the Could Mesetli Si and Our Boys Matter continue to address core issues for positive change. Mr. Speaker, the Basic Needs Trust Fund Program, the BNTF, supported through the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank, and the government of St. Lucia, has several accomplishments as follows. One, the completion of the Moshi Early Childhood Development Center to provide an international standard facility for 60 infants ages 0 to 5. And the project was funded by the Caribbean Development Bank through a grant with the government of St. Lucia providing 5% of the project cost, which totaled some EC $1.125 million. Another project was the completion of the communal road at Moshi East to serve residents at Cardinal Settlement. This sub-project costs $610,000 and benefits approximately 25 households. Mr. Speaker, there are other projects which are ongoing but scheduled to be completed by June 2021 at the conclusion of the BNTF 9. These projects have provided much needed employment to several households, and I wish to mention them here. One, the construction of the Jackmel and Miku Early Childhood Development Centers. These facilities are nearing completion now and are projected to cost approximately $3.6 million. I want to also mention the construction of the Grosse Ile Music Recording Studio, which is nearing completion. And this facility, Mr. Speaker, which was constructed at a cost of EC $680,000, is intended to benefit youth at risk and budding musicians without the means to record their music or to progress in the field and art of music production. The Viesikwi Water Project, Mr. Speaker, is 85% complete. Implemented at a cost of EC $2.2 million, this system will significantly improve water supply to the wider community. In fact, as a result of this project, some areas within the community will receive pipe-borne water for the first time. Another project, Mr. Speaker, is a project that catered for 45 young people in Soufrière who were involved in the maritime activities in the Soufrière port. They have been receiving training leading up to maritime certification at CVQ level and licensing by the St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority. These individuals will be upgraded and certified to enable them to formally, as an association, earn their livelihood in the Bay of Soufrière by providing tours and support services to tourists. The investment in this intervention is EC $355,000. Mr. Speaker, working collaboratively with the SSDF is the James Belgrave Enterprise Development Fund, otherwise known as Bell Fund. Bell Fund, which has a mandate to support poor and vulnerable households through microfinancing. Though negatively impacted by COVID-19 during the last financial year, the ministry will continue to aggressively pursue ways of strengthening the institution to continue to support its clients. Mr. Speaker, over the last few years, the ministry has invested much time and effort in building the capacity of our constituency councils to deliver government services efficiently and effectively. Several training sessions were held last year, and the ministry in the process of developing strategic plans for the towns of Grosse Ile, Vieux-Fort, and Soufrière as part of a phased approach to encouraging a strategic planning approach as the basis for sustainable development of constituencies. Over the last few years, constituency councils were also required to be responsible for small developmental activities within their jurisdictions. I thank the Minister of Finance for his shared vision with respect to the council serving as local authorities in the truest sense and for the financial support that he continues to provide in support of community development work. During the last financial year, although the allocation of $50,000 per council was received in the last quarter, I am pleased to indicate that councils were ready and have successfully executed most, if not all, of the identified projects. Mr. Speaker, still within the realm of community development, our caretakers program not only ensures the upkeep of community roads and drainage, but perhaps more importantly, encourages almost 700 people in direct employment throughout the island. Mr. Speaker, with a multiplier of 3 people per household on average, I am sure you will agree with me that the impact of this intervention is great. In the last financial year, my ministry received nearly $2.5 million for this program, which was implemented over 2 cycles, the first cycle in July 2020 and the other in September. This was welcomed and appreciated by all constituencies. And Mr. Speaker, certainly initiatives such as this one, the stimulus program, local community projects and the like, reaches at the heart of communities and provides a lifeline. Let us recognize the value of those short-term interventions and understand their contributions to the overall national recovery and resilience plan. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with contemporary thoughts on the fundamental role of social protection in response to shocks, my ministry strongly believes that supporting the economic stability of families in times of crisis does not only yield social benefits, but also has important macroeconomic impacts. On a broader scale, the active engagement of community groups and organizations, so staff of the Community Service Unit, not only augurs well for individual members of those groups, but also contributes in important ways to community cohesion and the formation of strategic partnerships for community growth. Further, with several ICT and community after-school program centers, the ministry is also playing a role in the productive occupation of children and youth in particular. And I just want to sound a note on this one, Mr. Speaker. Quite apart from what has been done through the efforts of the ministry and in collaboration with Ministry of Education in terms of setting up ICT centers, I want to remind and assure the residents of the constituency of Grosile that not only have we established ICT centers in most of the rural communities of Grosile, such as Labon, Diramo, Lafayette, Rivière-Mitan, Monchy, and Grand Rivière, but I pledge that in the near future, we will continue to establish such centers wherever they become necessary, given the current situation where the use of such centers have become more acute than ever, where students who do not have such facilities at home would be at a big disadvantage given the fact that since COVID-19, much of their education has been conducted online. Mr. Speaker, during the last financial year, 560 students participated in the community after-school program in 14 centers across the island. Aside from homework assistance, children are exposed to life skills as well as sports and the arts with the goal of developing well-adjusted citizens. Mr. Speaker, the National Conservation Authority also forms part of my portfolio, and within its broad mandate of environmental management, the authority has been involved in several activities in fulfillment of this mandate. Noteworthy is the work of the authority in ensuring the declaration of a portion of land and marine space known as the Dauphin Bay for the purpose of preserving or enhancing the natural beauty of the area and for creating a recreational area or park. It is envisaged that aside from natural therapeutic benefits, residents of of Labon and surrounding communities near Dauphin will also benefit through the creation of small businesses catering to visitors, which will boost employment opportunities, particularly for the youth. So, Mr. Speaker, for us, it is about addressing all facets of family and family life as we support people, and we continue to do so at all times. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the non-tangible but equally important part of my work. The Division of Human Services and its affiliates, for example, the Comfort Bay Senior Citizens Home and the New Beginnings Transit Home, continue to provide caring and nurturing environments to foster the optimal well-being of various targeted groups. Through advocacy, research, counseling, and other social therapeutic interventions, these entities will continue to deliver services to meet complex needs and ultimately contribute to the safe and secure communities of our nation. Mr. Speaker, we will also continue to work with our other facilities, such as the Boys Training Center and the Upton Gardens Girls Center, for improved programming and service delivery, and will build on the successes of the USAID-funded Juvenile Justice Reform Project in continuing to advance the reform agenda. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, this is a very extensive ministry with a critical mandate focused on people empowerment at the core, and we are committed wholeheartedly to the ideals of such empowerment, as we believe that every St. Lucian has the right to experience a decent standard of living. As the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development promises, we will leave no one behind. Mr. Speaker, as I deliberate on the approved capital estimates for 2021-2022, I will say that whilst we understand and acknowledge the current operating environment, I note, like the parliamentary representative for Castries North, that resources allocated to some projects seem like a drop in the bucket, according to what he said in his presentation. And at this time, having said so, I look forward to dialogue and negotiations as the light at the end of the dark tunnel begins to shine through. I say so, Mr. Speaker, with the hope that in the near future, things will be much brighter than even we anticipate, and that as the improvements are realized, the plight of the poor and vulnerable would be improved. Mr. Speaker, for the 2021-2022 fiscal year, the following projects situated within the framework of the social protection reform programs of the ministry have been approved and funded. 1. Human Capital Resilience Project in the sum of $4,601,452. This World Bank funded project is designed to address poverty, vulnerability to shocks, and youth unemployment by pursuing a two-pronged approach to support greater human capital and resilience. The project has two main components, namely a technical and vocational education training, as TVET component, which will provide more and higher quality technical and socio-emotional skills for St. Lucia's workforce, while transforming TVET to better meet the demands of the labor market. And the second, a social protection component aimed at strengthening the social protection policy framework by increasing the coverage of the main cash transfer program, public assistance program, and improving the implementation of social programs. As alluded to earlier, some activities such as the public assistance program recertification and expansion exercise have commenced, and in this financial year, my ministry will continue with the implementation of other activities. Specifically, my ministry will undertake the review and update of the National Social Protection Policy, develop a communication strategy, develop an operational manual for PAP and CUDME-CENTICI, and develop a graduation strategy to facilitate exit from social assistance programs. I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that the approach of graduation from social assistance programs does not mean that beneficiaries will lose all forms of support from the government, but rather it means that there will be greater focus on connecting beneficiaries to different resources and establishing a pathway into other forms of support as needed, including skills training, access to microfinance, agricultural support programs, and social services, among others. In other words, beneficiaries will be assisted in moving from a place of dependence to one of independence. Mr. Speaker, under the Human Capital Resilience Project, you will also see that the beginning of the establishment of a social information system which will contain a social registry and a central beneficiary registry during this financial year. This will go a long way, Mr. Speaker, in helping us in targeting our social safety net programs and ensuring that those who need such support are actually reached and provided for. Mr. Speaker, the second approved capital project is the BNTF 10 to the tune of $2,045,366. Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia has received a grant from the Caribbean Development Bank for the implementation of the Basic Needs Trust Fund BNTF 10, and as customary, counterpart funding will be provided to support the implementation of approved sub-projects which are currently at the appraisal stage. Implementation of project activities will commence in 2021. With reference to our third capital project, Mr. Speaker, the Home Caregivers Program, we welcome the funding support of $7,786,000 allocated. The Home Caregivers Program will allow the government to continue to give back to many of our elders who contributed to the development of this nation. The program is of immense value to families, is highly sought after, and serves all constituencies. Undoubtedly, a program such as this should remain as a social protection imperative on the social protection reform agenda of our government. Mr. Speaker, funded through partnership with the Caribbean Development Bank, an allocation of $550,004 is awarded to the Youth Empowerment Program, YEP. This is a social intervention aimed at mitigating risk factors that trigger criminal and antisocial behaviors at the individual, family, community, and societal levels, with special emphasis on young men and vulnerable groups, especially children at risk, youth, and women. This is an ongoing initiative with a number of components such as the Level Up program, Sports for Peace, Creative and Expressive Arts, and the Parenting program, either ongoing or set to commence very soon. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the local community projects under the purview of our constituency councils, armed with $50,000 per council, I believe that the 14 constituency councils will utilize this resource very well to address needs at the community and constituency level for improvement of the region. Further, Mr. Speaker, as a crucial aspect of our democracy, I believe that opportunities for intensification of citizenry involvement in national decision-making should not be overlooked, and I am pleased that we are continuing to empower councils to manage their affairs within the constituency through the provision of necessary resources and to undertake executive community development actions in the collective interest of those residing within its geographical space. And so, Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention the fact that we are actively pursuing a new policy for local government where we are going to be proposing at an incremental phase initially the return of local government election. We are also working in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance to look into the possibility of having local constituency councils collect property taxes, a percentage of which will be retained for their purposes and use in their communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm also reminded that in the reform process, we are revisiting the presently constituted Castries Constituency Council which represents 4 constituencies, namely Castries Central, Castries North, Castries East, and Castries South, to disaggregate, so to speak, that council and to have each constituency have its individual council. Mr. Speaker, by the same token, with recognition of the size, expanse, and population of the Groseley constituency, and with the hope that in the not-too-distant future, the electoral boundaries will be revisited and hopefully result in the formation of 3 new constituencies, as proposed by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, I am also proposing that ahead of that eventuality, that we look at the formation, the institution of 3 constituency councils for Groseley North, Groseley Central, Groseley South. Mr. Speaker, that would seem to be preempting what may be done at the electoral boundary level, but that is called, in my view, forward planning and vision. Mr. Speaker, that will provide far better to the constituents in those constituencies and ensuring that local governance is brought to the people at their level in a more efficient and effective manner. I am pleased that we continue to empower councils to manage their affairs within their constituencies through the provision of the necessary resources and to undertake and execute community development actions for the interests of their people. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I close, let me recognize the efforts of my staff across the ministry as they continue to work hard to deliver consistent, excellent service to the public under trying circumstances in some cases. As a collective, let us continue to offer protection to the less fortunate among us, and in so doing, progress towards achieving SDG 1, that is, no poverty, and in particular, Target 1.1, which refers to the eradication of extreme poverty for all people everywhere by 2030, and Target 1.3, which speaks to implementing nationally appropriate social protection systems and measures for all, including flaws, and achieving substantial coverage of the poor and the vulnerable by 2030. Mr. Speaker, my appeal to all and sundry as Minister of Equity, Social Justice, Local Government and Empowerment is that we work collaboratively and in unison to achieve our national goals and to emerge from our current situation stronger and more resilient. I appeal for cooperation with frontline workers, especially the police, who strive to encourage the upholding of the regulations that will see us through this current pandemic. Despite the disruptions and frustrations occasioned by COVID-19, let us all exercise control and restraint. And Mr. Speaker, I once again take the opportunity to lament some of the new developments that we see. Developments of civil disobedience, violence, and confrontation with the police that we have seen being perpetrated by some of our youth in communities, such as my own constituency in recent times. I have made my position known on this matter, but I want to make a special appeal to our youth to recognize that antisocial behavior and that kind of disobedience will not serve their best interests, not be in the benefit of our communities. The police are there to serve and to protect us and to uphold our laws. Let us cooperate, let's work with them, and let us show them the respect that they deserve. I ask that the youth, instead of engaging in such behaviors, take the opportunity afforded us by the restrictions brought about by COVID-19 to do some introspection, to do some reflection, and do some visioning. Mr. Speaker, I can think of a few of the activities that they can engage in at this time. And as the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Miku South, mentioned in his address, let us take stock now, especially at the situation as it relates to men's health in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, it has long been recognized that in St. Lucia, we are afflicted with a number of lifestyle diseases, namely diabetes, hypertension, heart diseases, and of late, there is this other respiratory disease. I can't recall the name of that disease right now, but COPD, and that is wreaking havoc on our health system, on our people in this country, especially our men. It is well known that as men, we do not generally respond to our health needs. We do not visit the doctor as we should. We do not take our tests as we should. But I encourage and implore our people to do so. The healthier you are, the healthier will be your community and your nation. It is a form of saving to be healthy. And I take this opportunity to ask our people to do not only consider the curative measures that can be taken, but look at the preventive measures that is also cheaper than the curative measures. I ask that we take cognizance of what we eat, our rest, other things that we consume, and regular exercise. Mr. Speaker, if we take those things into consideration, it will benefit us as individuals, it will benefit our families, our communities, and our nation generally. Mr. Speaker, the time that some of us have on hand right now, unfortunately, because in many cases occasioned by COVID-19 causing unemployment, let us take this opportunity perhaps to grow some of what we eat so that we can know that we are eating healthier, and at the same time it becomes cheaper for us as we provide for ourselves what we eat. Engage in starting a kitchen garden. Mr. Speaker, I hope that we can work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health to realize those goals. And as Parliamentary Representative for Grosile, I am now looking into the possibility of providing seedlings and seeds for individuals in my constituency who wish to engage in such exercises. Mr. Speaker, talking of economic loss, word has it, and of course we have seen a tremendous backlash in the aftermath of COVID-19 with regard to our health in this country, loss of life, and of course our economy. And talking about economic loss, I've heard word out there that St. Lucia has lost Act Plus to Grenada, and that will commence as of Act 2021. For those who are not familiar, Act Plus is a fringe event of the main Act race. There is the main Act race, there is World Act, and there's Act Plus. All three events were hosted by St. Lucia. St. Lucia retains the Act race, which is the main event, and the World Act. And having lost the Act Plus, my information is that pretty soon the St. Lucia Tourism Authority will be making an announcement about a new event to be hosted by St. Lucia that will replace the Act Plus. So, ladies and gentlemen, while it would appear that we have lost one event, it will be replaced by another event. I take this opportunity to congratulate our sister OECS island, Grenada, on becoming the host of Act Plus as they seek to expand and develop their tourism product. Mr. Speaker, as we look to improving our health situation, easing the stress and burden on our health system, I implore St. Lucians, I implore my constituents, everyone, to observe the protocols, the regulations stipulated to protect yourself, to protect your families, protect your friends and loved ones, and to minimize the effect and spread of the coronavirus here in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, that will redound in many ways to our greater benefit, not just health-wise, but will assist and go a long way in ensuring that we return to normalcy and that economic activity can thrive in St. Lucia once again, and that before the end of this year, we can see our people back at work. We can ensure that the stresses, strains, and restrictions that are in place can be lifted, and that we can live a normal life and breathe easy once again. I have taken this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to deliberate on what my ministry has done and to make a personal appeal as Minister of Equity, Social Justice, Local Government and Empowerment to our people in this country to play their part, because it will take a collaborative effort as a nation for us to come out of this current crisis stronger, better, and more resilient than we went in. Mr. Speaker, as a final statement, let me remind my colleagues in this honorable House that during disasters and crises, it is the poor and vulnerable that are most affected. I therefore posit that expenditure against social protection programs and interventions is not just an expense, it is an investment. And with any logical and sensible investment, Mr. Speaker, there is scope for return. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank all those who have worked with me in the last financial year, members of staff of my ministry and of my agencies. I thank the staff of my constituency office. I thank my constituents for their cooperation, collaboration, understanding, and patience. And I thank all of those who continue to support me and pray for me. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues here in the Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, last but not least, I want to express my sincere thanks to you. I want to give the residents, the citizens of the constituency of Grosley the assurance that next round of debate during the appropriation bill, I will focus my attention to addressing the plans, the vision, and the achievements of the Grosley constituency to ensure that we continue the progress, the development, and the advancement that has taken place over the last close to 5 years with their parliamentary representative, Bernard Spider-Monte. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you.
Member for Castro South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, I presented at my first debate on the estimates in this August chamber. I noted then that I had emerged from an election campaign which was vicious and bruising. I stated that I knew I was a marked man. Despite that, I promised that I would serve all, regardless of which party a person supports, that I would confidently and purposefully represent my constituency, and that I would strive with all the ability that I have to hold the government to account, not through insinuations, but through examinations of the facts and asking the hard questions. I trust that I have kept my promises to the constituents of Castries South. And the time will soon approach again. And I heard the member from Vieux-Fort South announce that it will be rather sooner than I thought, when they will have to again make a decision as to who is the best person to represent them. And I'll be prepared to be judged by the constituents for my performance for the last 5 years, 4.5 to 5 years. This, Mr. Speaker, is our last debate on the estimates before the next general elections. And we probably should start off, Mr. Speaker, by remembering that the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, the member for Micoud South, told St. Lucians that he would run St. Lucia like a business. And we've heard that chat many times over, that we need to run the country like a business, because the Prime Minister came with a promise to St. Lucians that he had a background as a businessman and that he would make it right in St. Lucia. Well, after 4.5 years, 4.75 years, the CEO has failed the people of St. Lucia. He promised you no borrowing. Did he keep his promise? No. He promised you the removal of the VAT. Did he keep his promise? No. He promised to put ching-ching in your pocket. Did he keep his promise? No. So he's a fake businessman, and now he's a failed CEO and Prime Minister. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that no CEO I know of, whether within our shores or externally, have so poorly conducted the affairs of this government as the member of Micoud South has done. He has taken our debt to GDP ratio to just over 100% at present. After benefiting from 2 GDP rebasing.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to indulge again, please. The members on the other side, and I can understand how they attempt to do it, but we've had this discussion over and over again. I've provided you with the document which will be circulating shortly in the House that clearly says that the debt to GDP is 86%.
Honorable Member, that document has been submitted to me to that effect. I'm hoping it will be circulated to all members. And I'm thinking that based on what you're saying and indicating, going by the word of the CDP's documentation, seems to indicate, as I'm looking at you, the ratio using CDP and market prices, the standard aggregate for computing the ratio is 86.4%. So if you're going to keep to your 102%, you need to clarify it as your opinion.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have no difficulty if the document is shared and I see it, and it can be, the veracity of the document can be ascertained. A short while ago, before coming back to this chamber, I checked on Facebook the page of CDB, and they still had 102%. They've upgraded other stories. They have not issued a recall. They have not issued a correction. So, Mr. Speaker, you would understand why. But let's move on, Mr. Speaker. Let's move on. Because I just checked, and the CDB still has 102%. But, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia must be the most unlucky country that 2 regional financial institutions in the Caribbean Development Bank and the ECCB both made errors in posting the debt to GDP ratio in St. Lucia. They did not get it wrong for any other country, but the banks got it wrong, if the Prime Minister is to be believed, in the case of St. Lucia. And both the ECCB and the CDB have some of the best statisticians, economists, and mathematicians in the region.
Again, I stand on the point of order. The ECCB has issued zero statements with regards to the debt to GDP being 100 or being anything other than what it currently is. That's the ECCB. The ECCB has not posted a growth rate, but there's been no postings with regards to the debt to GDP. And I would certainly like the member to stop ECCB.
Mr. Speaker, the ECCB had posted information on St. Lucia's economic performance. It was distributed. It was shown on talk shows, and then it magically disappeared from the ECCB website. Even today, you will not see data on St. Lucia on the ECCB website. And of course, Mr. Speaker, in the corridors, you hear whispers of why it disappeared, Mr. Speaker. And I have to ask the question, how can two independent institutions make mistakes of that sort to only St. Lucia? One has to ask, is there bullying of these institutions to take down those postings? To this date, the ECCB still has nothing posted on St. Lucia. But you know what? The Honorable Member for Miku South and his cabinet will all cry COVID, COVID, COVID. But St. Lucia slid into this abyss long before COVID. There is nothing new in these estimates. We have heard it all before. And every year for the past 5 years, the same old stories and promises. This presentation of the estimates is based on a regurgitated template that the member for Miku South seems stuck on due to his failure to deliver despite all the record level borrowing that has occurred over the years. The economic policy of this government has favored one set of people who will get all the contracts and payoffs. On the other hand, these estimates lack direction and hope for St. Lucians who were suffering under this administration prior to COVID, and more so after the onset of this pandemic. I said in previous budget addresses that the member for Miku South gets an F for his stewardship of this country. He refuses over and over to take decisions that show he's putting you, St. Lucians, first and foremost. Even in this pandemic, he refuses to put your lives first. Instead, he chose to adopt a posture, all in an effort to appease some friends, family, and certain foreigners with economic benefits. If I say to you how disappointed I am, my people of Castle South are, and indeed the people of St. Lucia are, it is an understatement. So let me start off, Mr. Speaker, by looking in the estimates for what's in there for Castle South. And I've done that every single year that I have stood here. Everyone is discussing roads and roads and roads. The government is repairing and rebuilding roads like it is their salvation for the upcoming elections. We have never seen so much money spent on roads in such a short space of time. Every time they do a poll or a report shows that they are falling behind in a community, they repair or build a road. So if you want to know where they're in trouble, just look for where they're building roads. And I heard this morning they'll be building new roads in Denry South, a new package in Denry South. There was a package in Grozili. There was a package in Babuno. There's a new package that just started in Miku North. So everywhere they're falling behind and the poll says they're in trouble, they start building roads and roads and roads. And the member for Castries North has to give us a proper explanation as to the rationale for choosing where they build roads, Mr. Speaker. For 5 estimates, I have looked for any allocation under Agency 43, Program 41, for the rehabilitation of roads in Goodlands, the Bassett Joseph Main Road, and the community roads in Cicera. I have seen nothing. Nothing. Last month, I noticed that they started to build some roads. They repaired the Marigot main road. And then all of a sudden, the work stopped. And all in the community, you're hearing that they stopped it, peace parfait by Hile. Go to another constituency that's in trouble. And of course, for some obvious reasons, you have a contract to build a road. The road has to be built. I'm hearing that the work has recommenced. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the constituents of Marigot will be grateful that they will get the road repaired. But, Mr. Speaker, what of the people of Chinatown and the other parts of Marigot? Will they get their roads repaired? Now, we're not against the building of roads, Mr. Speaker. That's not the problem. The problem is, in this instance, the decision-making. Because the people of Basses Joseph and every other constituency here on this side are not benefiting from the building of the roads. And remember, they were not building roads for the first 3 years. But the elections is coming, and asphalt, you're taking the smell of asphalt. So you know, Mr. Speaker, something nigh is near. Black gold, as you say. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, they don't care about us. They don't. And certainly not the people of the 6 constituencies on this side. For 5 estimates, I looked under Agency 54. For any mention of the construction of a court for the youth of Fua show, the resurfacing of the Cicero playing field, and the completion of the Marigot playing field. And I have to say something about the Cicero playing field, Mr. Speaker. The young people of Cicero love their playing field. I believe a community of 5,000 people should get a better playing field. But they love their playing field. It doesn't have the best surface. I actually got a costing of how much it would take to just repair the surface. I undertook to put the lights myself. I got the poles, I got the lights, I got some friends give me a refurbished generator. Yeah. The cost of doing the surface, repairing it, was $50,000. I sent it to the ministry. I spoke to the Honorable Minister, the member from Denver South. The ministry did inform me that it has been approved. That's 2.5 years ago. But the money cannot, they approved it, but it cannot move forward, Mr. Speaker. I even got Lucia to agree to do all the wiring. And I decided I would go ahead and do it, because the youths wanted the lights. But Lucia wanted a letter from the ministry saying, we can go ahead because it's a public facility. I wrote twice to the Department of Youth and Sports. Twice. To this date, no answer. I got a donation from the Church of Latter-day Saints for a complete outdoor gym to put on the Cicero playing field. Well, we know, if you know how to say the right things to the right people. And Mr. Speaker, I have it in a container waiting for approval for the surface repairs for the Cicero playing field. I've been waiting almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker. I wrote to the ministry to repair a light on the Bannon playing field. That would cost just over $3,000. It's more than 2 years the young people of Bannon cannot get their lights repaired for $3,000, Mr. Speaker. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, they don't care about us. They just don't care. For 5 estimates, I looked under Agency 56 for some indication of how the CDP program would be allocated. Just over $100 million have been allocated for the CDP over the life of this government. Reflect on this. Over 100 million. I think the allocation is about 35 million a year for CDP, about 35 million. And I think last year it was 18 because they took some to do the sports development project, whatnot. But the CDP, and you can go to the exact maps, Mr. Speaker. But let's say, okay, you don't want to agree it's over 100 million. Let's say over 50 million. How much has been spent in Castries South? How much has been spent in Labyrinth, Vieux-Fort North, Vieux-Fort South, Castries East, January North, Mr. Speaker? How much? And there is a Basset Joseph Community Center, started under the previous Labour Party administration, half completed. And for 4 3/4 years, it cannot be finished, Mr. Speaker, for want of a couple $100,000. About 3 Christmas ago, they gave about a few young men to come and clean it up, and nothing has happened. Because, Mr. Speaker, they don't care about the people in our constituencies. For 5 estimates, I've looked under Agency 56 for an allocation for the PROUD program in Castries South. I have continued to make the case for the rationalization of lands in Banan, Monlatok, Old Cemetery, and Goodlands, so that people can own the land that they've been living on for decades. And nothing has happened, Mr. Speaker. In the previous Labour Party government, work started, surveys were done, but it's come to a stop. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's a simple point. They don't care about us in those 6 constituencies. I have looked for allocations to at least restore Wi-Fi in Sisera. I became the parliamentary representative with Wi-Fi in Sisera. And there's no Wi-Fi a few months after elections. Wi-Fi in Sisera, Mr. Speaker. They don't care about us, Mr. Speaker. The Sisera Community Center, to complete the Marigo Early Childhood Learning Center, Mr. Speaker, a project that was started under a grant from the CDB. The Childhood Center, Early Learning Center occupies downstairs. The upstairs cannot be completed for almost 5 years. Almost 5 years, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't take much money to just put windows in the building, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Agency 46 on page 340, Mr. Speaker, what allocation is there for Marigo and the village tourism? Probably only one community, Sufre, can match Marigo for its scenic beauty. Probably only one. And I'm hearing even Deriso is now a leading tourism destination in St. Lucia before Marigo. They don't care about us, Mr. Speaker. 2 nights ago, we listened to what was probably the shortest estimates presentation by a Minister of Finance. I have searched, I have asked, and not anyone can remember a presentation as short as what we listened to on Tuesday night. All we heard from the Prime Minister was a defeatist, excuses upon excuses, playing victim, saying he cannot give help to St. Lucians, while some were listening to him and they were smiling, knowing that the $1 million contracts were secured. And we'll come to this in a while. Mr. Speaker, all of us in here will agree that no one could have seen the debilitating effects of COVID-19. We can say over and over that no one could have foreseen the effects it would have had on tourism, our major industry, on our country. We can say all of that, but the fact remains that every St. Lucian must get a share of the pie. There cannot be 2 St. Lucias where some feast so much and others suffer so badly. Mr. Speaker, you just need to go to the last delivery by this Minister of Finance pre-COVID for the financial year 2019-2020. And you will hear record tourism arrivals, record construction, record growth, record surplus, record CIP money, record income. We were rolling in money. We were booming. And yet a couple weeks into a pandemic, we are told that we are broke. Yes, broke. We have no money to take care of the country and the people. And they even suggested that civil servants should take a pay cut. Remember those days, Mr. Speaker? That was just last year, Mr. Speaker. And today, they thank all the civil servants for their hard work. I want to be among the first thanking the civil servants. I started off as a civil servant. I was a permanent secretary at 31 years old, Mr. Speaker. I started in the public service as a foreign service cadet. I've worked in the public service, and I know about hardworking civil servants. And I will tell you, I made a reputation in Cricket World Cup because I had so many hardworking St. Lucian professionals with me, and I believe in them. And that's why this same government that is praising civil servants now, when they went to Ernst & Young and paid them almost $6 million to prepare a budget, I was vehemently opposed to it. And I must say I tried my best to make her a model worker. I tried my best, honorable member. But she has not learned the lessons, which is why she will lose again. So, Mr. Speaker, the civil servants that they're thanking now, then they were claiming they didn't have money to pay for them. Mr. Speaker, we all know that tourism is fragile, yet a government which had record income and growth did not plan for a rainy day, and they gave away the country's money. Yes, the country's money to the FFF. Look at Cabot, DSH, and Ojo Labs. And they were so insulting to us when they came into this house. The first major borrowing for COVID from the IMF, so much of it was still going to DSH to pay for the relocation of the meat processing plant, to pay for the relocation of the solid waste management site, to pay for the bypass road. That's how committed they are for the FFF to benefit instead of the people of St. Lucia. I was in disbelief when I heard the Minister of Finance said under his government, and that's in last year's presentation, that for the first time there have been unprecedented spending in St. Lucia, and every member, all his colleagues, bang on the desk in approval. But apparently they forgot to point out that we had unprecedented borrowing. The member from Viewfort South quoted between last year and this year, $1.2 billion would be borrowed. And if you add the year before of 300 odd million, that's almost $1.5 billion in borrowing. But we also had unprecedented largesse, Mr. Speaker. Unprecedented overpriced and overinflated direct awards that have soaked up all the record growth and income. And now the people in the country are suffering with an unprecedented broke country brought about by this Minister of Finance and this uncaring government. Mr. Speaker, I said it before, COVID did not make us broke. COVID simply exposed the bad decisions that this government has been making. Mr. Speaker, many of us were offended when the Prime Minister in his presentation, we had an exchange on this with an honorable member, one of my colleagues, when the Prime Minister said just 4,000 and just 55 deaths. Mr. Speaker, he said it. And the explanation was that he wasn't trying to show how insignificant it is. But there's a simple point, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I think we established yesterday that what the Prime Minister said, and that is noted in the Prime Minister's address, just over in terms of giving the figure. That is what was said, and that has a different meaning to what you are ascribing.
Mr. Speaker, I believe
we've dealt with that, and do not, and as I indicated then, do not use the use of the English language to ascribe any intention of the Prime Minister that may not necessarily be.
Okay, let me put it differently, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you're the Prime Minister of a country and you want to show empathy to your people, you don't say just. You get briefings every day how many people have died and how many people are affected. Many of us get the WhatsApp messages. All of us know what it is. You're the leader. You're healing your people. You're giving them psychological strength. When you stand there, honorable member, you said, I'm sorry for the 55 deaths that we've had in this country. I wish we could have avoided it. That's what a caring leader does. You don't say we've had just about 50 deaths, even if you don't mean just for it not to be enough. But you show empathy when you speak about the loss. For us on this side, every single death was one too many, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is still proceeding down the road that you have cautioned him not to. Just over was referring to a number, not suggesting that the number was small in quantity. There's a fundamental difference, and he's misleading the Honourable House.
I have moved from quantity to saying, show empathy.
You are still making the same point. That is still the same point that is being made, and is misleading the House in terms of what the Honourable Prime Minister was actually communicating.
Honourable members, we've vented that. Honourable member, move on, please.
So, Mr. Speaker, like a former member from Barbono on the UWP side used to say, I done say it already. So I'm sure the member from Castries North will know which person used to say that after certain members used to stand up and object. So, Mr. Speaker, I am making a simple point. A simple point. And members opposite cannot get it because they don't appreciate what it means to care for people, Mr. Speaker. This for them is a PR exercise. This for them is masquerading, Mr. Speaker, at the highest level. Because we are trying to say, and Mr. Speaker, it lends to the accusation made by the same member from Castries Central who came here and was still talking about the match, Mr. Speaker, as if Labour Party created the UK variant in a lab somewhere in Castries Central that she represents. We didn't create the UK variant. It was brought here. And when we had the match, we were told there was no COVID in St. Lucia. Did the match create COVID? But they want to disrespect St. Lucians. And they believe, Mr. Speaker, when they do that, they actually heal in this nation. You're not healing this nation. And you're not learning the lessons that people want us to move on. Which is why we took a certain posture when it came to the vaccinations and the protocols. We will constructively criticize the government, but we will support the efforts. But I'll come back to COVID when I read the respective agency head, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those estimates resembles nothing more than a set of figures arbitrarily put together to create a PR narrative of a working government. But it fails miserably. No one believes in those estimates. There is no clear and consistent theme, no coherence, just a mishmash of elections, projects, and election bills to be paid. Last year, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we argued that the government should have delayed the budget, and the leader of the opposition said it, and let us formulate a COVID response budget. And we said, no, we don't know what we're about. They are the workers, and I'll come to the workers in a while. This time, Mr. Speaker, we came to hear estimates that speak of post-COVID recovery. And I think my colleagues before me have made the point. What is there in these estimates that inspires St. Lucians that there is a plan for the post-COVID recovery? Where? What is there? What provision is there that can make us believe that this government cares about us and is ready to lift us and make us believe that life is returning to normal? And it offends me every time I hear members opposite say that if you give income support to people, you are making mendicants of them. You don't want them in a state of dependency, you want them to become independent. We all agree with that. But tell me, Mr. Speaker, when business places get concessions and incentives, sometimes for 25 years, when the period ends, they get an extension. Are you making mendicants of those business places? But when you give a poor person support for a couple of months, you're making mendicants of them. So on one hand, and I'm not decrying business people getting support, I believe they should get support, and I believe poor people should get support. But when you give poor people support, you're making mendicants of them. Don't give it to them. But the business people will get concessions and incentives and duty-free waivers over and over and over. But that's the philosophy of those on the other side. It's not our philosophy. We believe both should get support. Both should get support. You see, this government, Mr. Speaker, doesn't get it. They don't care about the people. I'm not saying they don't do some good programs here, there, and there. The Youth Employment Empowerment Project, I support it, even though Cash Resolve never benefits from it. But, Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, intrinsically, they do not care about people, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister himself said that it makes no sense to save lives if they have no jobs. And you know what? He repeated it, boasting that I said it. He didn't apologize and take it back. He restated it, that yes, I said it. And Mr. Speaker, these estimates are guided by that same sentiment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the member is saying something there that the Prime Minister said it made no sense to save lives. I mean, Mr. Speaker, if the member cannot present the evidence, because a statement made in a context is not the same as making a single statement that it makes no sense to save lives. That's what the member is saying, and I am certain that this is not what the Prime Minister said.
Mr. Speaker, this is the most widely quoted statement ever made by a St. Lucian, globally. This thing has gone, this statement by our Prime Minister was translated in many languages all over the world.
Honorable Member.
So I don't know what context anybody is asking me. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your mark.
Statements made outside of the House is so difficult for me to control or comment on. I'm not sure where the statement you're quoting from was said. I'll just guide you to be careful so how you refer to statements made that are outside of the purview of the House. If you're going to use it in the House as the truth of what's said, then it puts me in a difficult position to rule on it if members say that you are wrongly quoting what was said on the outside of the House. If you're going to make reference to statements made on the outside of the House, it would be good to then be a little more specific so that at least I could assess the statement in the House so that if any issue is raised, then I could comment and rule accordingly.
Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, I now have to ask, what's in these estimates that provide hope for the devastated farmers, fishers, vendors, musicians, barbers, hairdressers, bus drivers, and taxi drivers, and other small business persons? What is there for the young people who have been displaced by COVID-19, the single mothers who are struggling to secure meals for their children, for the elderly that need their medication? And these estimates are predicated on the boast that the government are workers, that they are workers. So, Mr. Speaker, are they really workers? Somebody on the other side, a member on the other side said, they're not talkers and they're not jokers. So we want to examine whether they are jokers and talkers or workers, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? And do I get back time for the interruptions, Mr. Speaker? Because I have a lot to talk about. Sorry? Proceed, okay. So, Mr. Speaker, this government said that they are workers. And you'd recall, Mr. Speaker, the first estimates. They boasted that they were here to execute, execute, execute. And I remember saying they might very well end up executing themselves. And then they said they will implement, implement, implement. And very soon we found out that they are implementing for FFF, friends, family, and foreigners, Mr. Speaker. This government started off, Mr. Speaker, stopping all projects that the Labour Party had initiated. They stopped the Soufre Square, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to see that they end up completing it. In fact, nothing has happened in Soufre that did not start under the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. Nothing has happened. The member from Soufre Saltibus is the luckiest parliamentary representative you can ever find. Because all for Soufre Sausage, the luckiest. He inherited a number of projects started by the Labour Party. They stopped them, and Mr. Speaker...
Again, on a point of order, the member is again misleading the House. There were the new development road was not started by the previous government. The Esperance Road was not started by the previous government. The Hummingbird Beach project, which they found ongoing, was not started by them, not completed by them. So the member needs to refrain from giving false information to mislead the House. If you are going to speak on what you did, speak on facts, not on what your mind tells you.
Mr. Speaker, okay, not all, most. But he did not deny he's the luckiest parliamentary representative. He did not deny he's the luckiest. So the administrative building in Vieux-Fort was stopped. Listen to this. The administrative building that the government of St. Lucia will face a huge bill for was stopped. And instead, they're building WASCO headquarters there. WASCO headquarters. A statutory body, which I will come back to in a while. I have a lot to say about WASCO this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the most famous stoppage, Mr. Speaker, they stopped the St. Jude Hospital. And I'll come back to this one, Mr. Speaker. I'm just warming up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they also shut down Radio St. Lucia, the fisheries complex. And did I hear the marketing board? And Mr. Speaker, they also wanted to shut down the printery. All the institutions that were set up in this country to cater for working people, they shut it down, Mr. Speaker. These are the workers we're talking about. They're supposed to be workers. And they shut down all the institutions that were set up to help workers in this country. Of course, the National Trust is a famous one. They even wanted to take away Pigeon Point from the National Trust, Mr. Speaker. Once it has the name St. Lucia, for true, they want to shut it down, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us look at some of the agencies. Let me just pick out some projects over the last 4 3/4 years, Mr. Speaker. And let's examine them and see whether they are workers, Mr. Speaker. And I will start with the easy ones. Let's look at page 589. National Sporting Infrastructure. And my colleague from Library spoke about it this morning. The total project cost, Mr. Speaker, is $32.6 million as stated in the estimates. And we are told that they have already spent $29.6 million. I need St. Lucia to reflect on this. Total project costs, $32 million, and they've spent $29 million odd already. On what have they spent the $29 million? There's an artificial surface, 400-meter track in Soufre. There's an artificial surface on the small Deriso field. I think they're working on the Miku playing field. What else, Mr. Speaker, for $29 million? Mr. Speaker, the details have to be provided. What has $29 million been spent on? $29 million. None of those areas I've spoken about, I don't know if I missed any, none have at least one building newly erected. And if I'm wrong, tell me. What has the $29 million been spent on? Is that how workers work, Mr. Speaker? When you work that way, who are you working for, Mr. Speaker? And can I tell you something about, Mr. Speaker? We had a debate in this House about the artificial turf. In Dennery North right now, the FA has a gold project with artificial turf for practice. And they're now finding out they have to put in pumping stations to be able to irrigate the artificial turf on evenings because it's too hot, they cannot use it. We said so in this house. We said so in this house. So this government has spent $29 million on free surfaces. Free surfaces. Mr. Speaker, can we be told by the Minister of Finance what will be the final project cost for the National Sporting Infrastructure Project, better known as the Lockerbie contract, Mr. Speaker? Are they workers, Mr. Speaker? Do they care? Mr. Speaker, every day I drive to my constituency, I see on my left-hand side the police buildings that have been demolished. And I spent enough time going through the estimates to see whether there was anything in there for the new police headquarters. I looked at Agency 46, Department of Home Affairs, because I am sure, Mr. Speaker, it was mentioned about 3 years ago that we would be building new headquarters that would have courts and everything would be new, Mr. Speaker. This government, the workers, they have broken down the old police barracks. They've broken down the police band room. They have even broken down custody suites, and today there's no formal place to hold prisoners, Mr. Speaker, who are waiting while they've been investigated. None. What's happening over there? The workers tell me what's happening over there. And now I hear it might be NIPRO that's going to pay for it. There was an agreement with the National Trust to preserve one of the buildings because of its historical value. That agreement was cast away. No respect. And I'm hearing millions of dollars have been paid for the architectural designs. And I heard it's an interest from Trinidad. And a member earlier mentioned a name, and it almost sounds like it's the same name. And I heard they are the ones who's going to build the new police headquarters eventually when it starts. I also heard they had some Old Year's Night cocktail in my constituency. At least 2 members on this side were there. I won't call their names, but they know themselves. They know themselves. Mr. Speaker, somebody tell us, Mr. Speaker. Tell us, Mr. Speaker, under that agency, Mr. Speaker, how much money has been spent on the police headquarters on Bridge Street? Because the workers have been working. But it's who they're working for. And who do they really care about?
Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes.
15? 20, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker. I want to move quickly, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say something about the e-books, Mr. Speaker, because this one is a real pain, Mr. Speaker, that we will be in a situation now where we are buying e-books. E-books are like Kindles, buying them for $6.75 EC for one, and every year we have to pay a license to use it for the textbooks that are on them. Every year, yeah. You buy it, and every year you have to pay a license for each one, or else you cannot use it. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Kenny Tops, the laptops that were distributed under the Labour Party, is cheaper with full Microsoft suite than the cost of the device. Far less having to pay the license for each one. So we have about 8,000 in St. Lucia, and every year we have to pay a license for each one. Now the textbooks that are there are textbooks that were created by the people supplying the devices. They are not even CXC approved textbooks. Right, they're not even CXC approved textbooks. They're not even CXC approved textbooks. So there we are, buying a device, paying each year a rent for each one of them for the content, and the content that are in there are not the CXC approved textbooks. This is what's happening. Mr. Speaker, let's move quickly, Mr. Speaker. 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at Agency 53, Program 71, Mr. Speaker, page 459. Somebody, I heard a boast that they've commissioned OKEU and Labour Party could not have done it. This government has been in office longer than the Labour Party did in the last term. The Labour Party was in power for 4.5 years. You've been in power for 4.75 years. Yeah? Simple. Am I wrong, Mr. Speaker? So, but listen to it. So they're boasting that they commissioned OKEU. Be honest with the people of St. Lucia. Be honest with the people of St. Lucia. Do not tell St. Lucians that OKEU is a fully established entity in St. Lucia. It's not. It's not, Mr. Speaker. And let's not go far. Just look at the allocation. In the estimates, page 459, you still have Victoria Hospital. $17.82 million allocated for Victoria Hospital for salaries. Stationery and materials, $7.38 million. But remember, Victoria Hospital is a respiratory hospital. Huh? But the estimates have that allocation. $17 million for salaries, $7.38 million for stationery. And there's also a grant for OKEU of $19.89 million. What does that suggest to you? You have two entities existing still. You said, listen to this. You see, this is the mama guy of this government. You still have two institutions. And tell me who is running OKEU. OKEU is not being run by OKEU. OKEU is still Victoria Hospital. And he says, correct. Let me tell you, the only person this Prime Minister can mama guy is the guy, the members on the other side. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is there is no OKEU as yet. He says correct. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. So he boasts that they have OKEU, and now you expose him, he's incorrect. So Mr. Speaker, are they really workers? They boast that they have commissioned OKEU, but they now have Victoria Hospital still running, directed, managed by Victoria Hospital staff, and OKEU, that is just OKEU, and then they pay in a foreign entity almost $5 million consulting fees to manage the OKEU that is not yet fully established, that does not have the staff, because the new CEO at OKEU cannot direct the operations of OKEU. It's a magic shot that exists in there, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, Agency 53, Program 18, page 469, COVID response. Mr. Speaker, tell me when I have 10 minutes left, because I must talk about Roseau Dam and Fresh Start Roads. Mr. Speaker, on page 469, $9.1 million for consulting services for the COVID response. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker? I heard a member from Castro Central give some feeble excuse about consulting. Am I reading this right? Will the member from Microsoft explain why in the COVID response of $31.1 million, Agency 53, Program 18, page 469, there is $9.1 million for consulting services in our COVID response? I would have liked to see that there is money for oxygen, Mr. Speaker. Remember when the leader of the opposition pointed out there was a problem with oxygen and that it was strongly believed it was contributing to mishaps? And everybody jumped up and they got very, sensitive. I would have loved to see money being spent on oxygen, Mr. Speaker. And I'm asking, in the $31.1 million, does that account for vaccines, Mr. Speaker? To ensure that we have enough vaccines in St. Lucia. This government failed us miserably, Mr. Speaker, in sourcing vaccines for St. Lucia. A St. Lucia Labour Party would have ensured we are at the same level with Barbados in sourcing vaccines, Mr. Speaker. And they are workers, Mr. Speaker. Who are they working for? Who do they care about, Mr. Speaker? I would have liked to deal with St. Jude
Honorable
Hospital.
Member, you have the 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at, Mr. Speaker, Agency 43, Program 41. Mr. Speaker, the National Roads Rehabilitation Program, project cost of $104 million. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister was asked in the last sitting about the direct finance contracts, Mr. Speaker. And he said, standing right there to my left, that those contracts did not need to come to Parliament for approval, And he cited Section 47 in the new Act and the commitments. Now, it has been proven that this is legally incorrect. When the Labour Party came into power in 2011, all those contracts that were undertaken by the previous United Workers' Party government were brought to Parliament to legitimize them. It was brought to Parliament to legitimize them. This government is doing the same thing over. This is $104 million. And you're saying to us, all those contracts do not need to come to Parliament. And there's a letter, Mr. Speaker, in June 2020 that was sent, Mr. Speaker, a memo, Mr. Speaker, on June 17th, Mr. Speaker. And in it, it speaks of issuing a contract to Fresh Start with a term limit, with a loan for a loan facility to build the roads, the same direct finance contracts, maximum $50 million, 5 years to repay. The first year is a moratorium, the interest has to be paid, and the last 4 years. June last year, the new Finance Act that the Prime Minister said makes it unnecessary to come to Parliament was in November. But you are hearing now that First Start, and he can always stand up and deny it, is already being paid the interest, because they have to be paid the interest during the moratorium period, on the full $50 million, not on how much money that they have expensed. So they may have done $2 million work or $3 million work, but they are getting interest already, and the interest payment is over $600,000. So let's say this. First of all, you're not coming to Parliament for approval. You're not coming to Parliament for approval, which is illegal and wrong, but we'll deal with that down the road. Then you are paying them interest payments on a $50 million facility, and they've not spent $50 million yet. Ask any banker, and there's a banker on the other side. You've levied interest on monies that have been expensed. Plain and simple. So they're already receiving interest payments of $600,000 for a full $50 million. And Mr. Speaker, that $50 million is not the value of the works, you know. That's the loan facility that was extended to the government. Nobody has told us what's the value of the works. So for all you know, the value of the works might be 35 million or 40 million. But the loan facility is for 50 million. Over the 5 years, the government solution will be paying interest of over $8 million to them. $8 million. Over 5 years, Mr. Speaker. This, and I'm only giving you one company. I heard Nationwide is involved, Renault is involved, and Fresh Start is involved. Give us in this Parliament the total cost of those contracts. And the member from Castries North has already spoken, because I would want him to give us the details. How much money is involved in those direct contracts? Because if this one alone is 104 million, the Grosley and Castries North project is another 40 million. Those two alone is 150, just about 150 million. Just those two. But I want somebody to explain to me how it can ever be legal that you are paying interest to a company on a full $50 million facility when they have not spent anywhere near that. Explain that one to me, Mr. Speaker. And Parliament has not approved it as yet, Mr. Speaker. And they are workers, Mr. Speaker. They are working it, Mr. Speaker. They don't care about the people, Mr. Speaker. St. Jude, Rosodam, I won't have time for St. Jude today, Mr. Speaker. Rosodam, Mr. Speaker. And I want you to listen to this one. Because, and this is not any attack on the minister. Or the,
Mr.
I haven't started speaking at you already objecting.
Yeah, I have to object because I want to find out on which section 6410 you come in Rosodam in this debate.
Oh, okay. Let me give it to you. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look And Mr. Speaker, I'll give it to you. Page 610, the Roseau Dam project loan is stated under contingent liabilities, page 610. So, Mr. Speaker, the Roseau Dam, and listen to this one. You really appreciate how the workers in this country on the other side are working, Mr. Speaker. When the Labour Party left government under Kenny Anthony, St. Lucia had just negotiated an agreement with CDB to desilt the Roseau Dam. That contract was about $39.5 million. $39.5 million. So it involved preparing a disposal site and the desilting of the dam. The workers came in and decided we wanted to split the contract in two. Under the Kenny Anthony approach, CDB tendering proposals would have covered everything in terms of tendering, so they broke it up. So the dredging would be under CDB rules, but the sediment disposal site would be under the workers' rules. You following me, Mr. Speaker? So the agreement had to be split because CDB is only financing one. So the sediment disposal site, Mr. Speaker, listen to that, the sediment disposal site was estimated at $15.9 million. EC, I'm not giving no US, EC, 15.9. So they broke it away from the 39.5. So that's it. A contract was signed with a local contractor. By the time they signed the contract with the local contractor, it had gone up to 17.9 million. 17.9. When CDB was there, it was 15.9. By the time they signed, the workers signed the contract, it was 17.9. Within a year or so, they had an addendum to the contract. The price went up to 19.9. So it moved from originally 15 to 19.9, Mr. Speaker. And in a previous discussion in this House, I pointed out, Mr. Speaker, there were people working, and here their salaries up there. Geotechnical engineer, $150,000 a month. What? Project manager, $125,000 a month. Civil works engineer, $100,000 a month. Workers working, Mr. Speaker. The contractor had issues in preparing the site, the disposal site. Wasco ended up buying a piece of equipment for him, a dehumidifier, for over $600,000 from Wasco money. And you know what? They bought a second-hand piece of equipment and it never worked. Workers, over $600,000 piece of equipment wasted. Well, money is wasted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, you have 1 minute in which to wrap.
1 minute? So, Mr. Speaker, to give you the long and short of it, Mr. Speaker, that project started off at $39.9 million. It went up in the last few months to $65 million. $65 million, Mr. Speaker, from 49.5. And I'm hearing yesterday that the dredging has virtually been finished. And the job is not even quarter way done yet. I need the Minister of Finance to explain to us what is the status of the Roseau Dam desilting project. This project has increased by about $30 million. And you're hearing now that the work is finished and barely any silt has been removed. We need an update. The workers need to work, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my time is up, and I still have more projects, and I'm sure I'll get an opportunity in the next few weeks, especially the St. Jude's Hospital rehabilitation. Trust me, Mr. Speaker, a lot has to be said on that. But the long and short of it, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support those estimates for a simple reason. The workers don't care about the people of St. Lucia. They don't. Mr. Speaker, I finally understood what 5 to stay alive meant. Somebody messaged me today. 5 to stay alive meant 5% for the FFF, and the rest for the people of St. Lucia.
time is
That's
up.
what Fight to Stay Alive is, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Member for Castries South East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to make my contribution to the estimates of revenue and expenditure in the sum of $1,638,600,900, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to this resolution presented by this motion presented by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, over the last couple of days, we have heard quite a bit of contributions, some factual, some very far from reality or facts, some just the mere opinion or understanding of individuals who, I want to make a small recommendation through you, Mr. Speaker. I have a book here entitled 5 Blind Spots. I can make it available to members opposite because clearly, while the book speaks about 5 blind spots, we have 6 blind spots on the other side, Mr. Speaker. It is clear. It is clear that from the estimates of revenue and expenditure, that the issues that they raised was not in relation to what is in this book. Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, I will seek through you, Mr. Speaker, to respond to some of the basic things that have been said. And let me take them in order of the last set that was highlighted. If I take the points made just by the member for Castries South, in his presentation, Mr. Speaker, yes, I know the PM will rebut, but there are some things that was said, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be highlighted. So if I just take the issue of privatization, which the member spoke about, and I go to the 1998 budget speech of 21st April 1998, and he spoke about the phase but decisive move, and I'm quoting, Mr. Speaker, on page 87, the phase but decisive move towards privatization will be built into the project via the recruitment of a privatization specialist or a consultant, as we would call them, because consultancy has been a major point of debate throughout. And it's on the head 53 of the estimates of revenue and expenditure. will provide staggered technical assistance at strategic points towards implementation. The specialists will be responsible for guiding and overseeing the process of privatization of the SLMB, St. Lucia Marketing Board. But the member, and that's why I keep on telling the member for Castries South, when you just come in, read some things and learn what happened before your time. Mr. Speaker, we heard about the banana industry, the mainstay of the economy when the Labour Party came into office. Mr. Speaker, who privatized the banana industry? Was it the UWP government? Certainly, it wasn't. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have members opposite making all the noise that they are making, I want to touch one final point and then I will go to the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of the COVID-related deaths. And I see the Labour Party trying to capitalize on an unfortunate situation. Mr. Speaker, I will not blame anybody for the deaths of the persons who have passed as a result of COVID. Neither will I play politics with this, because it is a painful thing for people sitting at their home to have parliamentarians and parliamentary representatives, and all of us have been affected in our constituencies one way or the other. And our hearts should go out in sympathy. But let me just read one quote. Mr. Speaker, and this is what the Prime Minister said earlier, and two members opposite have tried to use it. He said globally more than 120 million persons have contracted the virus and approximately 2.66 million deaths have been recorded. As of March 14, 2021, domestically, just over 4,000 cases have been recorded, with just over 50 COVID-19 related deaths as of March 14, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who have lost loved ones during this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I wish to beg for your indulgence to permit 2 minutes of silence in this honorable house in honor of all the St. Lucians who succumbed to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, does that sound like a statement of an uncaring Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, statements are made in context. And for members opposite to latch on this from all that the Prime Minister said in his budget statement tells you how low the opposition will go to try and score a political point. Mr. Speaker, I say here, Mr. Speaker, I am saying here very clearly, I know that the nights and the days and the long hours we spent in cabinet, the command center, and everybody who has worked, Mr. Speaker, everyone who has worked in this COVID environment have done the best that they can to save every possible life in this country. This is not just an attack on the members opposite. This is an attack on the health sector by the members opposite in trying to blame the government for people dying. The doctors who put themselves on the line. Some of them contracted COVID, Mr. Speaker. but the insensitive nature of the members opposite in their desperation for political power will overlook all of the sleepless nights that have gone to provide care for the sick in this country and would come and try and play political football with this in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to those persons, but I will tell you, if the members opposite feel they have blood on their hand, that is their problem. But I know on this side of the house, we've done the best that we could in the circumstances. And I say no more on this, Mr. Speaker. I move to the summary page, Roman numeral 3. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard such an outcry about the mismanagement of the economy, about the debt and how we borrowed over $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me that members opposite do not understand what borrowing is all about. Because if we borrowed over $1 billion, then why is the debt increase where it is today? And Mr. Speaker, I make reference to Social and Economic Review, which is already a document of the House, 2019, on page 127. Page 127, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just point members, do not come here and try to mislead the people of St. Lucia into believing that you are such good managers when you are in government and that we've not managed. Mr. Speaker, official public debt, under number 2 on page 127. In 2012, and I gave them 2012 because elections was in November of 2011. The official public debt stood at $2,638,000. In 2015, it stood at $3,001,482,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we do quick mathematics in here, 2012 to 2015, the increase in the debt would have been by $363,144,000. That is the increase in the debt. 2016 to 2019. Now remember, they passed the budget, but we implemented the budget. The national debt moved from $3,071,409 to $3,417,597, an increase of $346,188,000. Where is the gross mismanagement? Where is it? So, the members opposite think is y'all alone that can do mathematics? So, what I am saying to you is, now when the figures come out for 2020 in the Social and Economic Review, it will clearly show that there is an increase. Mr. Speaker, the same books they used to quote and mislead the people of St. Lucia, now they're telling you these books are a mess. You see, whenever you point out the misinformation of the members opposite, that is the natural reaction. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me. Now, here's how we've managed the debt. And we're looking at the summary page still because, you know, they want to tell you that they are good managers. Good managers. They say, how can we raise that amount of money? Well, let's look at what your performance was when you were there. But that's what we are doing. That's what we are doing. We are running a better government than you ever did. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Tax revenue. Let's talk about tax revenue. In 2011-2012, if you want to split it half-half over whichever way, tax revenue was 764,600,000. In 2012-2013, it went to 758 million. In 2013-2014, it went to 820. And that is when you introduce VAT on the people of St. Lucia at 15%. Let's go on. 2014-2015, it went to 872. 2015-2016, 934.4 million. UWP came into government in 2016-2017. The revenue went up to 977.8 million. In 2017-2018, it went to 992.9 million. In 2018-2019, we collected tax revenue of over $1 billion, $1,036,800,000. And that is with a reduction in VAT of 2.5%. A reduction of 50% in the increase of license fees. The increased license fees that you all put on the drivers was reduced by 50%. Property tax waiver for almost 5 years. And added to that, we had forgiven debt of over $12 million of hospital bills. So, and by 2019-2020, we had gone to 1,054,700,000. Now, if that is not performance, then I don't know what is. Because it is clear to me that the members opposite do not understand how to grow an economy. And Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries, he said it. Yesterday in his speech, he said, we know that if we win elections, we will have difficulty raising money. Is that new, Mr. Speaker? You remember the member for Beaufort South saying, look here, something happened that has never happened before. We went to the market to raise money and we could not. So, the people of St. Lucia must come to terms as to who can manage a budget and who can manage it effectively. If you have already told me, that you cannot raise money. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member for Labrie talk about a projection of over 9% of GDP. Now, Mr. Speaker, this government, we have been honest with the numbers. The numbers have been clear. We have said that GDP has contracted as a result of COVID. The other numbers show that prior to COVID, GDP grew every year under the United Workers' Party administration. So when members come now and they want to tell you, oh, so GDP contracted by just about $1.1 billion. You are telling me that come with the vaccine and everything that is in place, the work being done, people going back to work, the agricultural sector, the construction sector, and everything, that GDP will not go back up? So they say But when the member for Library spoke, he was giving you the impression that the people in the Ministry of Finance had invented some numbers from thin air. Now, I know he was flying very high, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker.
On a point of order. The member for Castle Southeast is misleading this Honorable House. I never attacked any public officer. It's not a habit of mine. I dealt with the figures strictly. Okay? So I would want the Honorable Member for Castle Southeast to withdraw that statement.
Honorable Member.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, the member said he didn't.
He did ask you in the beginning, do not refer to him. So.
Mr. Speaker, in the context of, because, Mr. Speaker, when you question the information that is given, and I have questioned information before, so I am not accusing the member that he should not question, but when you question, and it's because you do not understand, that's a different situation than when you question something that is not clear. So, Mr. Speaker, the member for Beaufort South asked me a question. He said he's concerned about the cladding of the project. And then, so here's what I will say to the member, as much as time permits me. This is an integrated building system, and it is fireproof. It meets the codes, international codes, to be fire-resistant material. So for in our palace, in our everyday language, we use cladding. But that is not the normal cladding that we are used to, where you just put a facing on a building. That is specialized material designed for that. And there are many benefits in mold, controlling the growth of mold, seeing that this is a problem. And it is internationally certified by underwriters' laboratories. And so I just want to allay the fears of members and to say that the building does not have DCA approval is wrong. You are the one who started the building who hadn't. Y'all did not even submit a plan for St. Jude to DCA, far less to get approval. We have approval in phases. And the last phase that is going in is the fire, because they recommended sprinklers. And that is just something that is being worked on with the fire department. So you can call it monstrosity if you want. You can call it whatever name you want. I know that when this hospital is completed, and we keep on hearing, finish St. Jude, finish St. Jude. We are building St. Jude, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are doing. We are building a brand new hospital. We are building St. Jude. You see, when you say finish, finish, which means you are continuing something that was there. We are building a brand new state-of-the-art hospital that will meet international accreditation. That is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. On page 593 of the estimates, there's a line for geotechnical study for the police headquarters. And somebody asked a question about this. Is very simple. There are designs that have already there are designs that was done. There were some questions raised about the first set of studies that was done because the section where the buildings were occupied could not have been accessed to do a geotechnical study until the buildings came down. So after the site was cleared, then that phase of the project, which is just the geotechnical study for that phase, but all the rest of it has been done. How complicated is that for members opposite to understand? And you know, Mr. Speaker, I know it's show business for the members opposite when they're here. Because they sat at committee stage where they had the opportunity to question every line item in the estimates of expenditure and revenue. They did not ask one single question during committee stage. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because there were no cameras there to see them. So now it's show business. So you will think that they are actors on a stage. I used to ask questions. Go back to the record and you'll see I ask questions. You know, Mr. Speaker, page 593, line 0079, CDP. I heard members talking about, oh, they've not seen CDP projects in their constituency. In my first term in government, when we offered them the projects, you know what they told us? This is blood money. We don't want to have anything to do with that. If you change your mind, write to me and tell me you change your mind and you need your CDP projects done. Don't go and tell the people we did not give you all CDP projects when you all never requested. That is what representation is about. Because I requested projects when I was in opposition and I was never given. Mr. Speaker, generation of employment. They ask you, oh, what are we doing for young people? And they talk about a youth economy. Where's the member for Viewfort North? You know, he comes and he speaks in patois in the house. You know how many young people I meet every day who ask me, what was the member saying? You know there are more people who do not understand him speaking patois than the people who don't understand English. There are more people who do not understand the patois he is speaking than the people who do not understand English. So who is he communicating to? Mr. Speaker, I move on. And I want to say to the members, that's my constituent, he will vote for me this election, I cannot treat him bad. Mr. Speaker, government generation of employment, line 0336, had a grant from the EU to support employment creation through TVET. You see, Mr. Speaker, members opposite, that's why I tell you, I don't know which budget they looked at, but it could not be these estimates of revenue and expenditure, because there is enough to cater for the poor, the needy, the indigent, the unemployed, the marginalized. Everything they ask for is in the budget. But you know what? I tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have a book, 5 blind spots, so we'll leave out one of them. I don't know which one we'll leave out. There are 6 of them that are blind on the other side. There, I can loan them a book that will let 5 of them see. I don't know which one that they will leave out. That's for them to figure out. But I want them to understand, Mr. Speaker. I want them to understand. If you genuinely care about the people you represent, you would go in the book, you would find out what is there for them, because that's the challenge you're going to have. If any of you happen to win your seats after the elections, you all will still have to know what's in there to ask on behalf of your people. So make yourselves acquainted with what is in the book from now. Because this government will continue to govern after the next election. Mr. Speaker, so under that program, you have the TVET, you have the Private Sector Council, you have a number of persons, you have a number of initiatives, and the member for Dennery South already highlighted, so I will not spend too much time going through it. But Mr. Speaker, to make people believe, technical vocational education is important. And I try to advise members opposite when I was in opposition and they were in government. I said, look here, you're changing the technical vocational school in Viewfort into a secondary school just to say you'll accomplish universal secondary education, as if it's the 5 schools they built alone that made universal secondary education. So they never counted all the schools that was built under the UWP government. But that's the style of claiming things. So you'll hear they say, they are the ones who did it. It doesn't matter to me who did it. Once the people of St. Lucia benefit from it, then it is good. And so, Mr. Speaker, we see what has happened. I move on. So on the job creation, just under the TVET program, there's over $6 million allocated for training of young people, for developing entrepreneurs. And you heard the member for Choiseul and how he highlighted how much never before have we had a Minister of Commerce who has done more for the business sector than we have seen from the member from Choiseul. And the member for Castries is took offense to that the last time. I didn't say it here. I said it on Sky FM and you came back here and you repeated it. The partners include, and let me be very clear, the partners include, when you all say, you see, when they did programs, Mr. Speaker, they controlled it through the politics. But here's what, here are the partners involved in this generation of employment. Partners include TVET Council, Department of Education, Commerce, Labor Department, other public and private sector partners, a wide range of persons. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we begin to reposition this economy, there are new skill sets that are required. Young people need to be trained in different areas. So that is what, and we have sourced grant funding through the EU to be able to implement some of these. Talk about doing things for the young people. Talk about, Mr. Speaker, unemployment went up among the youth to almost 44% under a Labour Party administration. In the best of times, Mr. Speaker, during the first 4 years of this government, we had taken youth unemployment down to about 44%. I told you, page 593, line 0336, under the heading, generation of employment. You don't understand that, honorable member? Employment generation. You see, Mr. Speaker, now they're beginning to see the light. Now they begin to see a government with a clear plan for the development of the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, the member for Viewfort South, in a previous life in this parliament, he said every dollar spent on a sporting facility is $1 to fight against crime and $1 to advance the youth of this country. Today we have so much criticism of the sporting facilities being built by this government. So what has changed? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, under the DVRP, now I wanted to touch on this, the health system strengthening, on the page 587, and quite a bit has been said about the health sector. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite will not be truthful because you didn't forget us, you want me to forget you. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite came here today and yesterday and tried to make you believe that healthcare is a disaster under this government. Really? If healthcare is a disaster on this government, it did not exist under the previous government. Healthcare was non-existent. Because, Mr. Speaker, for fair batting, the members opposite had a christening, a baptism of OKEU. Mr. Speaker, only a heartless government can go and spend $100,000, do a big naming ceremony, put a plaque, make a calendar, and on the calendar has pictures of people at OKEU getting the MRIs done. They have all kinds of, who is the receptionist at the round desk when you enter, attending to them. Yes, and they paid big money for the calendar, you know, Mr. Speaker. And after the ceremony was over, they drank the wine, they ate what was there, they put a padlock on the door, they turned their back, and they walk away and send, OKEU hospital remained closed for over a year while they sat in their fancy offices in government buildings, and not one member opposite, not one of them felt it necessary to say that is not fair and right to do to the people of St. Lucia. Today you want to talk about caring for the people? When the MRI machine stayed there spoiling while St. Lucians had to fly overseas to get an MRI done? Most of the equipment in the hospital got spoiled. Have to be replaced. The defects liability period on the hospital, which usually lasts for 1 year, ran out before anything was tested in the hospital. So anything that went wrong, the government of St. Lucia had to foot the bill. Now, you want to talk about opening of St. Jude and finishing St. Jude. You found a finished hospital, you couldn't open it, you name it and you turn your back. It's a hospital that's incomplete. You will be able to finish? You found a hospital that was more than 80% complete under the Stevenson King administration. When you finish with it, it was less than 50% complete. I've never seen construction go in reverse.
Honorable members, yeah, okay. Honorable members, For the purposes of answer, for the purposes of answer, we need to ensure that the voice of the member.
I will repeat it for you, Honorable Member.
Is recorded. When we applaud too much, it is covering the voice of the minister. So be careful.
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat. I have never seen construction go in reverse. Under the previous administration, and I've made letters, documents of the House before to show that they were asked to advance the production and the delivery of equipment for the hospital because it was ready, it was almost ready for opening. When the Labour Party came into office, Mr. Speaker, after a few months, and then it went 2 years, and then we found out that the hospital that was 80% complete under the previous UWP administration found itself less than 50% complete. And maybe only the member for Beaufort South can explain that to us. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to members, we can laugh and we can joke about things. We can have light moments, but the running of the affairs of this country is a serious matter. And it is clear to me that the members opposite, they are clueless, Mr. Speaker. Because to be put in, if I find myself in your situation, I am criticizing nobody, you know. You know why? Because if I can reverse what has had so much advancement, you all have reversed the economy. Everything works backward with the Labour Party. Nothing goes forward. And so, every time you are in charge of the affairs of St. Lucia, we go backward. We have never made advancement. Mr. Speaker, page 585, education. And you know, they came here and they make you believe that we've not done anything under education. And they see line 063, Education Quality Improvement Project, about 32 million. Let me just give you a summary of some of the things that have been done. And when you talk about welfare and caring for people, look here, we do not care for party supporters alone. When we do things for St. Lucia. When I was distributing tablets, I didn't go and find UWP supporters. You know who I gave it to? I gave it to the principal of the school so that they know the best children who are most in need. Say the same for yourself. Welfare programs. Under the school feeding program, in 2017-2018, we spent $971,209. In 2018, we spent $988,640. In 2019-2020, we spent $1,126,054. You telling me, school feeding program, show me during your 5 years how much money you spent on the school feeding program during those years. Transportation subsidy in 2017, over $3 million, 3.3 million. In 2018, over 3.8 million. In 2019, over $4 million in school transport subsidy. Mr. Speaker, it was this Labour Party government, when they came into office, who stopped the school transportation program, where parents now had to find sometimes $20 every morning to give their child to hire to take 2 or 3 buses before they can get to the school. And today you want to come and talk about putting the people first. Who took out the school transportation that the children of St. Lucia was benefiting from? Books, bursaries, Mr. Speaker. And I've said it. They used to give me 15 forms for my constituency. One year they did not give it to me. And then they tell me it went to this one, and they apologize, and they said if it's any comfort, then a member on the government side didn't get either. For children who are needy. Every day I will say it.
Honorable member, you have 15 minutes in which to complete your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, under the school bursary, we spent over 300,000 in 2017, over 320 in 2018, 285 in 2019. On the economic cost and scholarships, and ask them who had stopped a lot of these things. 1.7 million in 2017, 1.6 million in 2018, 1.5 million in 2019. And in 2021, over 1.6 million, because we understood the pressures that people are under. You want to talk about caring for the people of St. Lucia? You want to talk about the youth and who has the greatest interest in the youth? You have the interest in youth who are about to turn the age of voting. But this government has an interest in the child from the time the child is born or before the child is born until that person dies. Learn books, over 5,000. Laptops, 883. MiFis, that is for the children who cannot afford internet. Over 4,500 MiFi devices given to needy children at a total cost of over $16 million just spent in the ICT sector for our schools. And I did not even go into the schools, classrooms that had to be outfitted. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have so much that I need to touch on. But on the DVRP, Mr. Speaker, page 594, presently in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have benefited from the DVRP project through drainage and desilting in Bexon, Odsa, Mac, Bele, Deglo, Country Village, Fromage. And I heard a member say, oh, there's still flooding. We never said we could stop flooding. The Labour Party said they would stop flooding. We said we can mitigate against flooding. We cannot stop it. You see, Mr. Speaker, I heard members opposite asking for roads. Can you believe members are asking for roads while at the same time criticizing the government for spending too much money on roads? Now, I heard a member spoke about roads, and he chose to highlight some roads. He glanced over the Bans Lahore Road, which is down for payment in the estimates of expenditure. Who built these roads? These contracts were given under the same design, finance, construct arrangement under a Labour Party government. This United Workers' Party government is paying for the roads that was built in Bans Lahore, in Labri village. We are also paying for the ones in Bellevue, Vijay, Kako Babono. So, yes, it was given for tender, and you put the tender out for 9 kilometers, and the person who won the tender tendered on 9 kilometers, but the bid document was for 11 kilometers. You are the minister, through you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Castries was the Minister of Infrastructure. Ask him to explain how a bid could not be compliant with what was required, yet still the contract was awarded. Explain that. Explain that. You see, Mr. Speaker, I want persons to come to terms with what real representation is. Because, Mr. Speaker, another member spoke about direct awards. And I've said that before. He said, oh, you want to know how many direct awards, how the contracts for St. Jude was issued. And I had the member for Beaufort South today speaking also. I have a list of over 15 contracts that was issued on St. Jude. And every single one of them was by direct award. Sometimes 2 in the same day for the same person, direct awards. And they talk about consultancy. You want to see what consultancies were? The consultancy fees under St. Jude went to over $6 million. And we still got a hospital going backward rather than forward. Mr. Speaker, numbers tell a story. And we need to understand that. Look at the numbers of the Labour Party. So if you are a coach of a football team, Mr. Speaker, and at halftime the score is 3-0, then you know one team is dominating the game and the coaches have to go back to the drawing board and rearrange what they have to do. Mr. Speaker, that is what COVID has done. COVID has caused this government to pause and to be able to come up with strategies and plans to keep the economy operating. I heard a member opposite say, Mr. Speaker, well, the budget, how you know you'll be able to pay salaries and meet these obligations of the budget? Well, Mr. Speaker, in the worst of times of this COVID pandemic, not for 1 month did any public servant go home without their salaries. And the same people in this house who want to talk about putting the people first, they were ready to take the government to court for not taking bonds for their back pay that was due to them. And I want them to challenge me on it, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite. Because you know what, Mr. Speaker? One of them who was leading the charge, behind his back, everybody else had gone and accepted it. And he was still making noise about it. You think I don't know? Mr. Speaker, the numbers in this budget tell a story. And the story tells is that this country is in good management. We have proper management on this side, Mr. Speaker, because despite everything that has happened, you know by how much the debt. Now, you know what's amazing is that the Prime Minister gave his speech and they chose the parts of it that they wanted to highlight. But the other parts, they left it out. Now, one member said about taking loans. So let me bring his attention to Hansard, Social and Economic Review, 2014, page 48. It says December 2014, government deposits held in the central bank rose from 2.2.
Member Danielson.
Mr. Speaker, I want to invoke Standing Order 4210 to allow the member an additional 10 more minutes to complete this presentation.
That's all right, Mr. Speaker. I will finish. How much time do you have left?
You have about 8 minutes.
Okay, I will finish. I will finish. Whatever I don't deal with now, Mr. Speaker, I will deal with it. Mr. Speaker, it says December 2014, government deposits held at central bank rose by 2.2 million at the end of 2013 to 51.4 million 1 year later. As a result, now here's the important part. As a result, total central government deposits in the banking system increased by 16.5% to 126.1 million a year at year end compared to 108 before. You know what happened there? The government had taken a policy-based loan. Now today we had them criticizing us about management, but they took a policy-based loan. Further, owing to the disbursement of a tranche payment of a policy-based loan by the Caribbean Development Bank in December of 2014. Mr. Speaker, this is a normal thing that governments do. But whenever the members opposite find themselves in opposition, everything that they did in government becomes wrong when somebody else does it. So I want to make it clear that the average debt, and Mr. Speaker, I will be very clear. If you look at the numbers on the summary page, what is the average debt? Under the Labour Party administration, the average debt increase between 2011 and 2015 was 9%. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know the member for Castries South should at least have a basic understanding of percentages. If you grew the debt by 9% on average during your term in office, between 2016 and 2020, the debt rose by 4.89%. That is the increase. So, how comes you are saying that you are such good managers and we are so bad in managing the economy? When your debt grew by almost double what it grew. Mr. Speaker, the rebasing takes into consideration your numbers because it goes back. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, every time you point out the mismanagement of the Labour Party, they try to find another avenue. So, between 2016, now, Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries is said he will have problems to raise money, and that is true. He will have problems, but this government will not have problems because going to the bank is about who the banker has confidence in. Who has a better track record of management? The Labour Party was sent to put their financial house in order. They ran out of time. They could not put their financial house in order after 5 years. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the house, we have a Prime Minister who said, give him 3 years and he will put the finances in order and we would have this country on a path of growth and development, and that is exactly what we have seen until COVID came and interrupted the process. But Mr. Speaker, good financial management indicates that you cater. So you remember the member for Castries East, what he said? He said it was very simple. You know what the Minister of Finance did? Instead of borrowing, he drew down. And I want to quote. During 2013-2014, answered page 43 of 29th April. Here's what he said. During 2013-2014, the fiscal deficit was partly financed by sizable drawdowns of government deposits at commercial banks. Consequently, growth in the public debt slowed to 4.9. When we had savings, Mr. Speaker, it was drawn down when there was no crisis by the members opposite. And they have already told us they do not have the capacity to raise money. In the worst of times, in a COVID pandemic, we have already approved 2 loans. That is money that is budgeted for this new budget cycle. That is sound fiscal management, Mr. Speaker. We are already catering because we know it will take a few months before the vaccine takes effect and we begin to see the signs of growth that we are looking for in the economy. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear, if the member is not in charge yet and he already tells you he cannot raise money, so is when you put him there, he'll find a way to raise money. In the best of times, the 2 best heads of the Labour Party could not raise money. I don't know what they can do in the worst of times. Now, a Conservative MP, Mr. Speaker, in rounding off, Anthony Brown, said European leaders had been driven by politics and not science. And he claimed that the EU's Brexit sulk would cost lives. Now that is a Conservative MP in the UK. Now, Mr. Speaker, what was he saying? And you know what has happened with the AstraZeneca and all of the things. We have heard 2 countries in Europe that had initially banned it have gone back, and they are now saying that it was because of politics that that decision was made, and it was not because of science. Mr. Speaker, that reminds me of something that happened in St. Lucia in October. It is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that the decision to march was not based on science, but on politics. Because the science was telling us that we should social distance, we should wear our mask, we should avoid large gatherings.
Honorable Member, yes. Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the members have been constantly speaking about that march, misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, the march that was held in October was approved by the Chief Medical Officer, was approved by all the officials of the government, including the police. So they constantly repeat it, Mr. Speaker. And I've sat and I've said nothing. But all the protocols that were established by the CMO gave permission for the march, Mr. Speaker. So they constantly repeat it all the time. That's why he's been doing that for the whole afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, please wrap up in 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, I will again state that there are things that are influenced by politics and there are things that are influenced by science. The science of dealing with COVID tells us that we should social distance, we should sanitize regularly, we should observe all of the protocols. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me that the actions by the members opposite was not based on science, but on politics. St. Lucia may be paying a heavy price for this. Time will tell. One day, the truth about it will be revealed. But on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are driven by the science, we are advised, we are directed, and we are managing an economy. And St. Lucia is in the best hands as it is now under a United Workers' Party government to implement a budget that will bring back the growth and development that we enjoyed prior to COVID. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a long 2 days. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I was really hoping that I would have been wrong. But weeks ago, I was able to start my rebuttal. I say that because the responses by the members on the opposite side was predictable. And sadly, the idea of putting politics first remains at the forefront of the members on the opposite side, despite the severity of the situation that we have. The point that the leader of the opposition was raising about the issue of the march is really the evidence that anyone in St. Lucia really needs to know whether, in fact, the members on the opposite side ever took COVID seriously, both from an economic perspective and, even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, from a health perspective. That we came to this House in March, April, and then again in June. And Mr. Speaker, on people's TV, social media, something that they're accustomed to dabbling in, all the evidence was there for everyone to see, Mr. Speaker. The impact of COVID. From a health perspective, we saw it played out in our TV sets in Italy, in gross detail. We saw it again in London. We saw it again in New York City. The guessing of what the impact was going to be on the economy, you didn't even have to be an economist, Mr. Speaker, to understand what COVID was going to do to us. And certainly in February and in March, we can see that we were heading to a situation in which globally countries were going to shut off people from traveling. The moment that Europe first, followed by the UK, by Canada, made the decisions that persons traveling to those countries would be required to go into quarantine brought an abrupt end to travel. And following on to that, planes stopped flying. We joke here, and we play politics continuously with tourism because it's an easy thing to pick on. It's easy to pick on because somehow it tries to, or suggests that we're dividing the country. Somehow we prefer tourists to our own nationals. We've played politics for years with tourism and agriculture, pitting them against each other. For years, looking at our budgets and looking at the amount of money that's being spent on marketing and saying that that's money that could be spent on other things. Yet, sadly, we had to learn the hard way, many of us, how important tourism is to our economy. That prior to COVID, there was a re-examination of St. Lucia's GDP. And in that evaluation, it was determined that tourism was being underestimated. So it wasn't a rebasing of the GDP per se, but tourism was being underestimated. And those numbers were adjusted. The remaining OECS countries will be going through the same exercise. So St. Lucia was the first, and the other OECS countries are going to follow. So when members on the opposite side try to point out that there has been a more significant contraction in the GDP in St. Lucia than in other countries in the OECS and maybe even around the world, we're not comparing apples to apples anymore, because our GDP has deliberately had a greater value to tourism. So it means that when tourism contracted, the impact on the GDP is going to be greater. In other countries in the OECS where that number has not been rebased or redone or re-inputted, then the contraction is going to be less because it's measuring tourism as being less. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, at this time, whether your economy contracted by 22% or contracted by 20% or contracted by 18%, all of them are disasters. Catastrophic. And one thing that is heartening that's coming out of this debate, one thing that is indisputable, is that even for the members on the opposite side, to tell us repeatedly what the fallouts were. The shortfall in revenue. We don't have to speculate anymore. It's here in numbers. And we're reminded multiple times, repeatedly, by the members on the opposite side. Revenue's down $200 million. It's down $300 million if you take it off of your 2019 and 2020 numbers. As if the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economic Development, or any of the other ministries in this government deliberately did something to cause that to happen. There's no surprise. In fact, I will quote from Hansat my budget statements. Members are talking about the decline in VAT intake. Really? If your economy contracts by 20% or thereabout, you don't think that the VAT intake is going to go down, which is also affecting the total amount of income the state has? And let us remember that when all of this happened, we did not have time to sit back and plan. The drop in revenue was immediate. It wasn't something you saw coming in and there was a general erosion in your revenue numbers, or a sector was failing and maybe we didn't diversify fast enough. You're talking about from the month of May to the month of April was from having arrivals to no arrivals and being shut down. The other aspect of this thing we know was the health aspect. And we knew that when this thing broke out, that we had to be ultra cautious because we did not have the infrastructure to deal with a significant breakout in our country, Mr. Speaker. That's the truth. There's no hiding that. When we looked at the numbers and said if X number of people got infected, the impact it would have on our hospitals, the ability to isolate people, we were not ready. And nor was anybody else in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. Nobody. And that is why the vast majority of places or countries in the Caribbean chose to shut down in order to prevent any numbers from growing. And after shutting down, Mr. Speaker, we then now started deciding, okay, let's move into OKEU, even though it wasn't ready. And it's laughable that the member from Castries South would even attempt to believe that he's bringing some breaking, shattering news about how the operation is OKEU. We've said it in this House repeatedly that when the former government passed the Millennium Heights Act, they did not know what they were doing. And in fact, when they did it, they actually included Victoria Hospital. So it means that from the time they passed the act, the staff were operating illegally. To put it even more pragmatic than that, you had a situation in which the asset was assigned to Millennium Heights, but it was still being operated by the Ministry of Health. And if in fact that there was an incident, who would be liable? And this is why we had to go to the extent that once we had the Millennium Heights board in place, that the Ministry of Health had to apply to them for permission to use the OKEU hospital so that it would be clear that the liability and the fault lay with government and not with the Millennium Heights. We have repeatedly said in this House, Mr. Speaker, that if you're going to move into OKEU, a physical building by itself does not resolve the problem of quality health. In fact, if you don't make the necessary investments, Mr. Speaker, the human type, that it actually can be worse because you're going into a modern building with different types of equipment and a different cost level. We've spoken about that repeatedly in the House, Mr. Speaker. We said currently Victoria was costing us $35 million a year. The University of West Indies report suggests that OKEU properly run would cost us $70 million a year. And that's the difference between the United Workers' Party and the Labour Party. Even though they knew they were inheriting a physical building, they were never able to get the business and operating structures and the human side done. And this is why they could not move into the building. When members on the opposite side want to hear about an investigation, the investigation should be into both OKEU and into St. Jude's. Because in the case of OKEU, equipment, air-conditioned systems, everything were set up, but they were not ready to move in. And as a result of it, this equipment was not used. And as we've heard, all the guarantees have run out. And now we're in the process of having to buy all new equipment. And when we sat here not being able to move into OKEU when we wanted to, in order to rectify all those problems, which takes time, we were now forced with the dilemma, do we move into OKEU even though we know of its inadequacies? Do we make it the respiratory hospital? Or do we make Victoria the respiratory hospital and move into OKEU? And the decision was, because of the dialysis and the vulnerability of dialysis patients in particular, that it was better to have the respiratory center at Victoria. So when members come to this house and talk about consultancy fees, $9 million, so what? In addition to moving into OKEU, which means at minimum, the cost of operations is $35 million, but I can assure you it's not 35, it's much greater than 35. And then you're turning around now and still having to run Victoria. Mr. Speaker, we went through almost a 2 or 3 month period where we had more patients at Victoria than we did at OKEU. We're hearing people come out and talk about what goes on at OKEU, at Victoria, as a respiratory center. Three meals a day. Every 3 hours, people are coming in to check on you, to take your vitals, to give you oxygen, to give you medication. So the manpower required was even greater. Where is the money coming from? Or where is it being allocated in the budget to cover the 110 Cubans we had here, and now 85? We could not put it into wages. Can't be classified as a wage. So it's put into consultancy. So the staff at Victoria, the Cuban staff at Victoria, all the staff that had to be hired at the quarantine facilities. We were terrified in the early days. Don't make any mistake about that. Terrified. And that's why we went to the extraordinary step, Mr. Speaker, of taking over 2, 3 hotels. That when people came from abroad, solutions came from abroad, and were going through their quarantine period, we put them there. 3 meals a day, being checked every single day. Police officers, all of those people are on the consultancy. And you know, Mr. Speaker, members on the opposite side try to convey to the people of St. Lucia we don't care. It's because we cared. And sadly, when people fell sick, Mr. Speaker, and had to go to Victoria, all of that was additional expenses that we were incurring. Happily. Without any regret or any hesitation, Mr. Speaker. And if we had to do it 10 times over, I know that the members on this side would have no hesitation, Mr. Speaker, in making the resources available to put people into the respiratory hospital, put people into quarantine sectors, put people into isolation in which the state paid for everything and made sure that the staff had the resources to do so. Mr. Speaker, it is despicable and irresponsible for members on the other side to even play with the idea that this government or any civil servant and senior member of this civil service would not make sure that all of the oxygen that was required would be there. Windward gases, I know them. You really believe they live in this country, and at any point that they would hesitate in making oxygen available if it had not been paid? They did it. And so how is it we cannot understand what happened, Mr. Speaker? That all of a sudden, because people were going into the respiratory center, the amount of oxygen that was required quadrupled, went up tenfold. And we all know the procurement processes within government, Mr. Speaker. We all know it. Anytime there's any kind of little change, it's like it's the end of the world. And so all of a sudden, Windward Gases would have seen that the amount that we owed them was going up considerably. It wasn't that we were not paying, it was because the amount we were consuming was going up. And that matter was resolved in 2-2s once everybody understood what the issue was. But members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, would try to twist it as if, in fact, somebody was trying to cheat the people of St. Lucia and not pay the bill and not make sure oxygen, something as basic as oxygen during a respiratory disease. Really? Really? Mr. Speaker, when it comes to putting together the budget, Mr. Speaker, and debating the budget, there were repeated attempts on the other side to suggest that because there was such a variance in the number or the revenue numbers that we had projected and what actually happened, that somehow this is a reflection on the ineptness of my government and everyone. So I want to take the time, Mr. Speaker, and just read from Hansard report, my budget presentation in the estimates. And it says, Mr. Speaker, there is a great uncertainty. I say it again. There is a great uncertainty surrounding global economic forecast, as no one can predict how soon the world economies will return to normalcy and how strong the tourism market will rebound. We do not know how this pandemic will play out. However, we have to rely on our best estimates of the economic and fiscal impact of the crisis and the social ramifications as we approach the future cautiously. Mr. Speaker, only this week, international agencies such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and World Tourism Organization all agreed that the recent projections regarding the short-term contraction in a global economy of between 20 and 50%, between 20 and 50% are much too optimistic. Revised projections are more likely to be in the range of 70 and 80% decline. While many economies are expected to recover once restrictive measures are removed, the impact of COVID-19 will have longer lasting and negative economic implications. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly true for small island developing states, which currently have high debt burden and would require urgent debt relief interventions for the international community. Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a time to rally, to really understand the meaning of, and I quote, the estimate of revenue and expenditure, now is the time. For this truly is estimates within an environment of great uncertainty on a global basis. It is against this backdrop that the estimates of expenditure of the fiscal year 2021 have been developed. Is that unrealistic? The fact is, when you come to your estimates, you cannot put a number that's a range. You have to pick a number. The impact of COVID-19 on our revenue has been immediate. Mr. Speaker, there is simply no easy way to talk about the numbers, so I'm just going to be like that. The pandemic has caused a significant reduction, a 60% decline in revenue collections for the very first month of this fiscal year. This drop is unparalleled in the history of our country and has presented cash flow issues for the government. Mr. Speaker, the budget I am presenting is designed to strike a balance in the face of this pandemic and to develop as much momentum as possible to keep this country moving forward. This budget is intended to put us in a position to take advantage of the rebound in the global economy as we work to emerge through this crisis stronger than ever. Mr. Speaker, while COVID is not expected to last the entire year, its impact requires an extraordinary budget.
It is for this reason that the budget proposal has programmed a significant increase in expenditure in response to the need to control the spread of the virus, while at the same time being sensitive to the hardship being faced by citizens who have been placed in breadline. It is for these reasons that I submit to this Honorable House the budget proposal for the fiscal year 2021. Mr. Speaker, in my concluding remarks, so after hearing the debate, I said, so Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to say my last piece here. We said that this is the estimates we do not know, so the intention exactly why the member from Beaufort South has suggested is that we would come back here later in June to debate the appropriations bill, and hopefully when we come back to the debate of the appropriations bill, then we would have a much better idea as to where we are, and certainly I would say by the end of June we would have a much clearer idea of where we're going and need to go. But when we present the estimates are presented. All we were talking about was the appropriations bill, which was specifically the capital expenditure. And if in fact we felt that we were going to be in any way under funding any critical programs, we would have made the adjustments. If we need to come back to and do another budget, we will. But whatever it is going to take to succeed, we shall, and I am asking all solutions, also asking all of the union workers. I know this is a difficult task. We're not asking or taking away any of your money. In the budget, we have put everyone's salary for the year. There is no cuts. We have not proposed to lay off anyone. We're saying that we are going to do that, then we need to work collectively together. We've come to you not to force you to take any deal, only to advise you of what we are facing, and it is much better if you come to the table and join hands with us to save St. Lucia. So from the beginning of my budget presentation, I said that if there is ever a year that the name of the process we are going through, which is the estimates, is true, this is it. And I've said 950 million needs to be the target for all of us. That's the revenue number. Because if we do not reach the $950 million target, and we now know we did 802, because if we do not reach the $950 million target, there are some more difficult decisions that we have to make. And my government has chosen to fight. The budget does not propose any wage cut. The budget does not call for anybody to lose their jobs. No one. But the budget calls for all of us to dig deep and to understand what we are confronting. So rather than accepting the fact that is what is going on, I am proud of my team, the Ministry of Finance, who've been able to go out and negotiate $500 million in loans. So instead of having to go out to this budget process speculating as to whether we can get $260 million in bonds and treasury bills, as so rightfully pointed out by the member of Beaufort South, I think that would be called an order. So to take away the anxiety in the budget, we've been able to get $500 million. And that $500 million, Mr. Speaker, is on the basis of the confidence that these institutions have had in St. Lucia and the relationship that we've developed with them over time. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the plan? What is the plan, Mr. Speaker? So in recognizing the deficit gap and recognizing that we are going to have to raise $560 million of revenue, that the Ministry of Finance and its team have moved swiftly to negotiate $500 million in debt. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, recognizing we do not control when the international borders are going to open, and understanding how much money tourism generates, both directly and indirectly through jobs and through taxation, recognizing those things, Mr. Speaker, how do we replace that revenue? How do we make sure that we give ourselves an opportunity to get the $950 million? And so that is why, Mr. Speaker, keeping the capital projects in play is critical. The capital projects have zero implications to our local revenue. We do not have to find money every month to pay for these projects. These are projects that are already funded. These are new monies coming into St. Lucia. And you know what the difference is, Mr. Speaker? The members on this side would rather go out and borrow the money and get these projects going to create jobs for individuals that they can earn. Instead, I believe members on the opposite side would keep the social stabilization program running forever. So you have a choice. We can continue to raise money to provide subsistence allowance to persons who are unemployed, and even 3 months is a challenge. Mr. Speaker, we knew it. Nobody's trying to fool anybody. We said it. We went on to further to say, Mr. Speaker, that the kind of borrowing that we were having to undertake to replace tax revenue is the worst kind of borrowing to do, because it's not productive. But because of the suddenness of COVID and the impact it was having, we had no choice. The numbers ring over and over. We all know them. $560 million in salaries, $300 million in debt repayments, and $400 million in operating cost. Because if you're going to have that number of people working, then there needs to be something for them to do. It's not about just paying salaries. And so that's over $1 billion. And we were projecting revenue of only $950 million, of which we were already saying we were not sure. And because we were not sure, that is why we went out early to make sure that we got financing arrangements. So, Mr. Speaker, when members on the opposite side, predictably, have attempted to criticize, undermine the governance that the United Workers' Party has provided for the last 5 years, we just need to go to the numbers. The numbers speak volumes. I've sat in this House for 5 years, Mr. Speaker, and from day one, all members on the opposite side can say is, oh, you're spending too much money. Every time they have an opportunity, this is spend government, spending. All we're doing is accumulating debt and spending money irresponsibly. So what does the facts say? The facts say that between 2011 and 2015, the then Labour government increased the debt by 9% per year. Every single year, they added another 9% of debt. So if you take the 5 years, 45% debt was accumulated. And the largest increase of any 1 year during that period was 14.5%. So they averaged 9%, but in 2012, it was actually 14.5% is what the deficit was and its contribution to increasing the debt. Different from the word borrowing, because we borrow money all the time, but it doesn't necessarily add to the debt stock of the country. So sometimes what you're doing is you're rolling over existing debt. It doesn't add to your debt stock. It stays there. It just rolls over. And I'm making that distinction because members on the opposite side constantly want to play on both sides. So what we're talking about is adding debt stock, particularly the member from Castlereagh South. And I think that the member from Ancillary Canrees has talked about the $3 billion fabrication that he had, where he was trying to make the allegation that we'd increased the debt stock by $3 billion, when the member from Ancillary Canrees was simply trying to point out to him that the total debt stock was just over $3 billion. So how could that be possible? So during 2016 to 2020, Mr. Speaker, the average debt increased every year by 4.8%, 4.9 to be more exact. Just about, maybe I shouldn't use just over half of what they were doing. And the largest increase in the 5 years was 10%. I remember the largest increase that they had was 14.5%. And they averaged 9%. The largest increase we had was actually this year, 2010, and it was 10%. So imagine, Mr. Speaker, in a year of COVID in which tourism revenues were down 50%, government revenues fell by over $200 million. That's the crisis we were facing. We still borrowed almost the same amount that they averaged every year. It's an astonishing number. What becomes even more interesting, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member from Castries East, loves to do that, loves to be able to suggest that there's something wrong in the numbers. But the fact is that he could never prove them wrong. But the thing is, the truth, I know, member, hurts. So to make matters even worse, Mr. Speaker, if we were, and this is really important, Mr. Speaker, if we were allowed to take 2016 to 2019, so if we take out 2020, this government increased the debt stock by 3.5 or 3.6% per year. Imagine that. So the members on the other side, when they were in government, increased the debt by 9% every year. And we, before COVID, were increasing the debt by 3.6%. What's also very interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that when we came into government in 2016, the average length or maturity of debt was 4.9 years. And in our 5 years, in our attempts to renegotiate the debt, and we've spoken about it repeatedly to try to reduce the amount of short-term debt we have, we've been able to increase the maturity to 5.7 years. Furthermore, in 2016, the average interest rate on the debt that we had was 5.31%. We have now been able to reduce that number to 4.86%. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, they were borrowing all of that money, and guess what? There was no economic growth. Not only was there not economic growth, unemployment went to 25% under them. Youth unemployment went to 44%. So, Mr. Speaker, when we came in now, and we started implementing our policies, we started seeing immediate results. When members on the opposite side want to attempt to ridicule the reduction in the VAT rate from 15% to 12.5%, Mr. Speaker, they said it could not be done. And yes, our government has indicated that they believe that 12.5% is still too high. But we've come to this House and to say until the e-government processes are completed, which includes a revision of the personal income tax and corporate tax so we can do it online, once we can do that, Mr. Speaker, then we will be looking to reduce the VAT rate even further from what it is, because this government believes that the money is better spent and more wisely spent when it is in the hands of the people and not in the hands of the government. And you have no idea today, Mr. Speaker, how heartened I was. How heartened I was to hear the member from Vieux-Fort South today say that what we should be doing is making sure that we are not taxing and we're putting more money in people's hands. I went, wow, great stuff. So to me, it means that when we come now, we're going to be more aligned in our policy moving forward, and we can now pass that conversation. The fact is, what government needs to do is to be more responsible with the state's resources. And these numbers, Mr. Speaker, point to the fact that the members on this side are much better at managing the assets and the resources of the people of this country than the members on the opposite side. And not only are we more responsible, but our policies actually work better than theirs do. So the idea of better days and jobs, 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 we could have easily taken up that theme, but they made such a mess of that name that no St. Lucian anymore trusts the politicians to say better days or jobs, jobs, jobs. That's the truth. The same way that they've made cost overruns a bad word, they've made better days and jobs, jobs, jobs equally bad. So, Mr. Speaker, to even give you more evidence, Mr. Speaker, of what we're talking about, and again, keeping to the estimates, that when you look in 1991, that we allocated $191 million for education, and yet here, post-COVID, we're still in the midst of COVID, and we've upped the allocation to education to $209 million, almost $20 million increase to education. Do you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we know that that's up. Sorry? From 2019 to this year's new presentation in the estimates said that education is going to go $209 million, because we know that there is an opportunity for our young people to speak globally, and the progress that we've made in education and fixing up the buildings and providing e-services, all of these things must continue at a faster pace in order for our young people to take advantage of a new world economic order which is going to become borderless. We're seeing the opportunities for solutions to be here in St. Lucia and to work for international companies abroad. Why? Because we've gone through this great experiment where so many people have worked from home. And people like Google and AOL, all of these countries, Apple, have all now said the persons who are working at home are going to stay at home. So we're saying that's an opportunity for us. We've seen that the ICT sector in the midst of COVID has actually grown. Whether it's KM2, whether it's GROW, whether it's Ojo Labs, whether it's ITEL BPO, all of them have grown. And I can see, Mr. Speaker, how vexing a situation like Ojo Labs must be to members on the opposite side. Because not only has it been a commitment of this government to develop the South, meaning making sure the investment was in the South, but the number of young people who continue to be employed at meaningful salaries, making contributions as the head of their households, as young people, being from a financial basis, being the head of their household. Over 400 young kids are currently employed. And members on the opposite side can try all that they want to ridicule or question the NAP program. The NAP program simply did what? Worked with a new type of business and bringing it into the South, something they only put in documents. We actually manifested our commitments to the South by doing that. And the building that Ojo was in had been empty for 25 years. Building on that success, Mr. Speaker, and because of what happened with Ojo, and moving very quickly because of COVID, what did we do? We've gotten ITEL BPO now to come in. And the new building that they had, that building was also empty in the free zone for over 25 years. And we now currently have over 400 people, 300 more to be hired. And I'm so happy that the new building that we've just built for them is open. That's another 400 jobs. And just as of last week, Mr. Speaker, they've committed to build a third building down there. And because of the success of those companies, now one of the largest call center businesses in the world have now given us the commitment that as soon as we find space for them, they will also move into St. Lucia. So the time is ripe. So when members on the opposite side talk about where is the hope in this budget, the hope comes through PPPs. and working through the private sector and supporting them and letting them take on those initiatives. Healthcare. We saw an increase from $126 million to $174 million. So when members on the opposite side, $50 million increase. Talk about where's the money gone? The money is gone to help support the people. Everybody here now knows more than ever before, Mr. Speaker, healthcare is in dire need. We know healthcare insurance is critical. When we hear that there are people in this country who are reluctant to go and get checked up, and in part that reluctance comes out of a financial burden. That if the doctor tells them to give a prescription, they don't have the money. But now by having a mandatory health insurance program, people will be required to go to a general checkup every year. And built into the insurance will be prescriptions. We now know because of COVID, we knew it before, but because of the exposure of COVID and the fact that we have 55 deaths, we need to move with greater urgency to provide the health care to the people of this country. That is what the members on this side are committed to, and they've shown the commitment that in the most dire economic days, we could find $50 million more to put into health care of this country. We've moved security from 112 to 119 million. We've moved youth and sports from 4.7 million to 7.1 million, and that does not include the money at NLA. We've moved equity from 54 million to 62 million, and we've moved agriculture from 25 million to 28 million. Mr. Speaker, this is where the money has gone. We have not backed down from our responsibilities to the people of this country, and nor we ever will, because we have an ambition to build a new St. Lucia for everyone in this country.
Honorable Prime Minister, you have 15 minutes in which to complete your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, we come to this House and people want to pretend like they don't know and understand anything about economics. How can your economy not contract by 20% and there not be an impact on your businesses? How could that not impact corporate tax? But you know what's great, Mr. Speaker, is when we have now looked at the whole thing and we did a dive into our tax revenue, what we found out was the tax revenue into the hotel sectors was down 50%. But revenues from the retail and wholesale sector were the same. Revenues from manufacturing were down from the corporate, but were up on PAYE. The financial institutions have remained strong. Now, while the moratorium is on, we will not know the depth of any of the non-performing loans. But what I am comforted in knowing, Mr. Speaker, is we've been through that crisis before, and we know how to handle it. And right now, the moratoriums are going to be there until September. So I'm hoping that there might be an extension of those moratoriums, but more importantly, if it is not, the intention of this government is to make sure that we're already seeing a strong rebound, particularly in the area of employment. So, Mr. Speaker, let me address some of the critical issues that the members on the opposite side brought up in their presentations. So a question was asked, were there any conditions to the World Bank when we received the loan? Nothing has changed. The World Bank and the government of St. Lucia, regardless of which government is in, always publicizes what their conditionality to loans are. But we came to this House and we passed a new Finance Act. That was part of the condition. The reinforcement that we intend to implement the fiscal rules, that was part of the condition. And those were not difficult conditions for us to take on, Mr. Speaker, because they're the right thing to be able to do. The passport reader. The fact is the world is becoming modernized, and the passport readers that we currently have are inadequate. In fact, I was shocked when I came in to find that the terminals at the airport have not been working for years. Imagine. And so we have to fix that problem, Mr. Speaker. We're completely out of sync with the rest of the world, and even getting the APIS information is becoming even more and more complicated because of the software problems we had. And the company that was being used previously, Mr. Speaker, went out of business. And so we couldn't even get the software modernized. And so we're very proud that we've been able to negotiate a very good deal with Canadian Bank Note in order to get that equipment in. The members asked why wages had increased. Well, Mr. Speaker, again, this is another example of the difference between the United Workers' Party and the Labour Party. Remember that during their crisis that was created by a thing called Hurricane Labor, in our case, we've had COVID, and instead of coming to this House and budgeting for a decline in wages, we respect the unions of this country. And so we are in discussions with the unions, but we have not formalized or finalized any discussions with them, and therefore the increase that was given to them in the agreements that we had have been included in this budget, Mr. Speaker. But we're hoping that we will be able to come to some kind of agreement with the unions. And now that we have the evidence as to where we are financially, we're hoping that that will come to an amicable solution. But there is a big difference. The former government came to the House and actually put into their budget a 5% decrease, even though they had not even had discussions with the unions. But who am I, to understand that process where members on the opposite side say that they're a supporter of the workers of this country, but there's certainly nothing in their actions that really confirms that. In terms of transfers, there was a significant reduction in transfers, Mr. Speaker, because of the tourism tax. So one of the things that this government has done, Mr. Speaker, is to create a separate tax for the tourism authority. And that is a head tax. And so that money now is collected directly from the tourist and goes into the tourism authority. So it means that there's a significant reduction in the amount of money that government will have to find on an annual basis out of our consolidated fund. There will still be some money going in this year, Mr. Speaker, because it's understandable that the tourism authority would not have been able to collect a significant amount of money, although my understanding is they have almost $1.5 million already collected. So that's the other part. And then the other one, Mr. Speaker, is that we collect a cruise ship tax and then we transfer the monies over to SLASPA. And so obviously that number has come down significantly, and therefore that transfer is not taking place. So, Mr. Speaker, the member from Vieux-Fort South asked why are we continuing to do the delivery unit? Because the delivery unit has been achieving its goal. The midterm strategy is well thought out, and even after looking at COVID and reflecting on what that midterm strategy is, we are now even more certain that we're heading in the right direction. But again, there's a sense of urgency. And I think that even the civil servants and the heads of departments will concur. The idea of doing stock takes every quarter, staying on target, and now dealing with what actual numbers are, that everybody has seen the significant benefit. And I am proud now that almost every single person, including the head of that department, come from St. Lucia. So that skill set has been transferred, and that now is totally a St. Lucian product. And so therefore we see it as a significant part now of continuing government. Mr. Speaker, there was this issue of the debt to GDP, and I will ask if I can get this circulated. Okay. So what the statement says, it says on February 25th, St. Lucia the debt to gross domestic product ratio was reported as 102% on the CDB's information portals. The ratio published at that point was calculated using GDP as a basic prices. The ratio using GDP at market prices, which is the standard aggregate for computing the ratio, is 86.4%. This figure also incorporates the recently updated debt data, and the revision will be included in the next round of data published by the bank, which should be released by early April. So much for the conspiracy theory that there was bullying. I don't know member from Castries East, whether you've had success in bullying CDB or bullying ECCB when your government was in office. I certainly have had zero success in doing that, but if you ever let me know how to do that. So these numbers are independent numbers.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I've allowed the Prime Minister to say that. I never said that the debt to GDP ratio was more than 100%. I said by the end of this financial year, the debt to GDP ratio would be over 100%. And I want you to go into Hansard, Mr. Speaker, but the Prime Minister says these things, so I want to make it clear. That's what I said. I repeat. I said by the end of the financial year, the debt to GDP ratio would be over 100%. That's what I said. Just for the matter of the record, Mr. Speaker, because I give you permission to go into Hansard and pull it out.
So the only other thing here is that that I forgot to read is where the bank regrets the error.
Honorable Prime Minister.
We all make.
You were engaged, so did you hear the leader of the opposition?
Well, I not only heard, I intend to respond to him,
okay.
Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the story changes, as it always does. But I'm prepared for round B, round C, and version, because I've become accustomed to that with the members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, that when they tell you they're infactual or lack of evidence-based policy initiatives, and then you prove them wrong, then they come with another story. So it's never their fault, Mr. Speaker. We've seen that historically with the Labour Party. Not my fault. It's whether it was the recession, it was somebody else. When they came into government, and that's the greatest fallacy, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the member from Labrie, when I had to take everything away that he said, I told him, I said, you know, the great news is when he sees my budget speech, 90% of the stuff that he brought up will be answered in the budget speech. So I don't know if you've received it as yet. If not, well, hopefully the House will make it available. Certainly the House has it. And that certainly will address many of your concerns. But you made a statement, and you said that when you came in, that you ended up having to incur significant deficits because of the mess that the then United Workers' Party had left. And, you know, I was just reviewing some numbers, and we had well, first of all, we had the recession, and then we had Hurricane Thomas. And from 2009, 2010, and 2011, St. Lucia was the fastest growing economy in the OECS. In fact, in the year 2010, we were the only economy that posted a positive rate. The only one. So in fact, it's quite the opposite. Your government was left to you in very good shape. But in typical fashion, that you used the fiscal space that was generated by the former government, including the monies that were negotiated because of Hurricane Thomas, which we didn't have an opportunity to implement, and you use that differently. And the fact is how you spent the money, and you spent a lot of it, because you increased the debt by an average of 9% per year, and including 14.5% in 2012. Where did the money go? It certainly didn't go into growing the economy. Who did it benefit? So when we talk about members on the opposite side wanting to do some kind of audit, I have to say to you, your March would be a great place to begin. What was the purpose of that? I mean, did you not know that despite the fact that we were going off a state of emergency, that the whole region was still in a state of alert? And that this anxiousness to go out and show people that, I think, what was it called? The greatest march ever in the history of St. Lucia. So it was never about the people, it was always about yourselves. And calculate that. Even if you want to say that it's not entirely responsible for what happened in October, although the coincidence is clear, right? So all of a sudden, the probability. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's amazing to me. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, they said that the member from Mr. Speaker, the kind of behavior that we're seeing displayed by members on the opposite side, I really feel sorry. I feel sorry for the public of St. Lucia if they ever get a government, because that is the level of arrogance and disrespect that they have on a continual basis, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I heard the comments from Alva regarding the perceived discrepancy between the capital figure in the summary and the total figure on the page of 555.
Honorable Prime Minister, I think, just a reminder, I think that's what I heard, but just to remember for Library.
Honorable member from Laborie, the Republic of Laborie, to be correct. In page 12, where a breakdown of the expenses are shown, capital expenditures comprise of buildings and infrastructure, plant machinery, equipment, land acquisition, and capital gains. All others are classified as current based on the new chart of accounts. So in departing, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is a fallacy, because the Labour Party and members on the opposite side, what they love to do, Mr. Speaker, is to put things in the form of a question and to kind of leave this lingering doubt in people's minds. Well, could it be true in terms of what they're suggesting? And so there's this issue with regards to direct finance awards as to whether, in fact, there is an obligation on my government's part to come to Parliament to get them approved. So, Mr. Speaker, in the Public Finance Management Act, there is a definition. It's called multi-year contract. Means a contract for a supply of goods and works and services between the government and a contractor for which the contract period is more than one financial year but does not exceed 5 consecutive financial years. There's also, Mr. Speaker, it says a multi-year commitment also, Mr. Speaker, means a commitment by the government for the purchase of goods and services from a supplier for which the expenditure which is incurred in one period will become due and paid over a period extended beyond the financial year in which that purchase was made. In both these incidents, Mr. Speaker, it is for the Minister of Finance to approve, and they do not require approval through Cabinet. And members on the opposite side have some good lawyers, and they certainly can go and do their own research as it pertains to that. And that was certainly included in the new amended version of the Public Finance Management Act. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that when you do a DFC, the person who's going out to take on the obligation is the person who's dealing with the bank. So the risk is with the bank is with the person who's taking it on, not the state. And when they take on that loan, Mr. Speaker, the loan becomes payable or they're drawing down on that loan almost immediately. And so therefore the way it is repaid, and I will confirm it, but certainly my early investigation reveals that the way it's paid when we're doing the agreement, the interest payment starts from day one on the entire amount. And the interest period is only for, there's a moratorium period, so we only pay the interest for whether it's a year, year and a half, or 2 years generally is what the moratorium is, and then we start paying back the interest and the principal at that particular time. And so these are standard procedures. There's nothing untoward. Also, what I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, is how this works. So if I can maybe just use the Ministry of Infrastructure as an example, because that's probably where we have the most DFCs, is that the project is identified. The person who's proposing the contract does a design. That design then is approved or vetted by the Ministry of Agriculture, of Infrastructure. Once that is approved, then the Ministry of Finance determines whether in fact we have the space to take on that DFC. So what's very important to understand in our government strategy and where is the space coming from is the gas tax. So the gas tax generates about $30 million a year in revenue. And so the DFCs will be paid out of that amount of money. And the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance is to make sure that the accumulation of DFCs that we have do not exceed that 30 million. Or if it does, by just a slight amount. Now, once the project begins and work commences, again, it goes back to the Ministry of Infrastructure that vets the job and signs off on the work orders. So to suggest in some way that these DFCs don't have some kind of oversight and are properly managed is wrong. And also, Mr. Speaker, I would say to you, a term that I've come to understand is a term in the Ministry of Infrastructure where they have pre-established bill of quantities or bill cost for the items. So that the jobs that they're doing, there's already a prescribed price. So unless there is a significant change in what that design is going to be, it changes. So again, you know, members on the opposite side are very accustomed to attempting to come and to bewilder people and to suggest that there is something untoward that's taking place. You know, Mr. Speaker, the classic example was the last one that they put out. I mean, hilarious. You know, to suggest that, well, you know, you're the one who brought up the name. I mean, at the end of the day, this thing about this FAR vehicle, you know, I wanted to be able as Prime Minister to really say to the farmers that we are committed to you and that I want them to know that every day that I'm going to be reminded how important they were. And there was a pickup truck that was given to me by the government of St. Lucia. And in fact, I chose to drive around in that pickup truck initially. And so therefore, the FAR license plate was actually put on a government-owned vehicle. But you see, Mr. Speaker, I don't suffer from any form of delusion, right? When I had that car and the license plate was put on it, I always knew that the car belonged to the state and that the FAR vehicle license plate came from the state. But there are members inside here, Mr. Speaker, who in fact have government cars, put their private license plates on it, and still want to claim a government car as belonging to them. But that's for another day, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for their support and understanding. I want us to know that we remain very, very, very committed. I'm glad that finally that some people in the House finally understood what we were talking about. But there's a difference between, you know, persons who want to be able to be honest in this House and others who don't, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, sadly for me, Mr. Speaker, if I really had to evaluate the opposition's response to this budget, some words that would come to mind is shallow, amateur, pitiful, and delusional. Members on the opposite side continue to only offer criticisms, but do not even in any way suggest how they're going to move. For the member from Cass 3 South to even start beginning to talk about that if they were in government, that somehow miraculously they would have gotten COVID vaccines faster than we have. The fact is all of us in this part of the Eastern Caribbean got them at the same time. I'm very grateful to Barbados and Dominica who flew theirs out on a private plane, sharing them until ours arrived. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, when Grenada was expecting to get them, they didn't come in the batch that we had. And we all agreed. St. Lucia gave 5,000, St. Vincent and Grenadines gave 5,000, Antigua gave 5,000, and St. Kitts gave 2,000. So, Mr. Speaker, we're all in this together. We're going to continue to persevere, and I want to give the assurance to the public of St. Lucia that your country is in good hands. We are cognizant of the suffering that is taking place out there, Mr. Speaker, and let's not deny that there are some persons whose diets have been severely affected by this, that there are people who are more anxious because not having money, not knowing whether they're going to be able to pay their bills and they're going to keep their homes and their cars, and in supporting their children who are abroad. And some of them are lucky that their kids are back home like me. It's been a blessing having my daughter back home and being able to spend time with her, but I do understand and appreciate what she has lost in education by not being in her classroom. So let's keep all working together. Let's make sure we wear our face masks. Let's make sure we continue to practice social distancing. Let's make sure that we keep hand sanitizing. And the fact is that we're seeing a significant recovery, Mr. Speaker, in the GDP. And let me leave everybody on a very hopeful note, Mr. Speaker, because the member from Castries East keeps on making this point where he's making a projection that the debt to GDP is going to go to 102% later on. That's not true. So in the GDP of 86%, Mr. Speaker, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, at the 86, so we now know the debt to GDP went from 59% to 86%, which is a 27% increase. We know that 3/4 of that, 20.5% of it, is attributable to the contraction in the GDP. And 1/4 is attributable to the 10% increase in the debt stock. So what does that mean for the average layman? It means that if we're able to get the GDP back to the 2019 level, that in fact the debt to GDP is going to be 66% and not 86%. And the question is, how fast do we think that we can get back there? We know that tourism has really contributed almost 90% to the demise of the GDP. And the minister has reported that we have 15% more airlift scheduled between July and December of this year than we had between July and December of 2019. He's indicated that conversations are going really well with the cruise industry, and we might be seeing the commencement of services in June. This is unheard of. The cruise industry has never had operations that early in the year. Normally we would have to wait until November or later part of October. So it means that we believe there can be potential. And just coming in here today, Mr. Speaker, Hawaii is reporting an incredible recovery in their business. The Virgin Islands that allow people to come in without having to go into quarantine from the U.S. Have seen a significant recovery in their business. And so therefore we know that if we can get at least 50%, Mr. Speaker, of the population vaccinated, and we can start changing our protocols where we allow people who have been vaccinated to come to St. Lucia without going into quarantine, we know that that's going to be the big turning point. And while we have not made that decision, Mr. Speaker, that's certainly something that has to be considered because that is really going to make a significant difference in the economy. So again, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia will soon have a choice because the member from Vieux Fort South put it very well. He says it's time to bring the country into a period of trust. And it's for the people of St. Lucia to determine whether in fact the transparency and the proven track record of what the members have on this side and the fallacy of what the members have offered on the other side, whether in fact anybody wants to make a change. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that anybody wants to make any change. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has not been called, so honorable members, the question is, honorable members, the question is that the Honorable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2021-2022 in the sum of $1,648,600,900 as a charge against the consolidated fund and other funds of the state of St. Lucia. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I beg that we can suspend this House, sine die.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping to come back tomorrow to adjourn the House sine die.
Honorable members, thank you very much for a good debate over the last 2 years, and we thank the customary police officers, GIS, and all for being with us and ensuring that the services and the contributions are brought to the General St. Lucia. Honorable member, honorable member, honorable members, the question is that this House and the General sine die. I now put that question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. Somebody call for division. Yeah, I think there is in that. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
And we've come to the end of debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure 2021-2022, and the Prime Minister, Honorable Alan Chastney, closed off the debate in his summation, answering several questions posed by the opposite side of the House, answering questions pertaining to the increased cost in the estimates of, and the Prime Minister indicating that the Victoria Hospital or the respiratory hospital and quarantine facilities and the cost being borne by the state, and therefore also an increased cost for personnel as well, and that these costs were being shown as consultancy fees in the line items for the Ministry of Health under the Ministry of Health, and that is personnel cost or the contracts for individuals working, including the Cuban Brigade. The Prime Minister also spoke to and reminded that for the Ministry of Education there's been an allocation of $209 million, and the health $174 million allocated, security $119 million, youth $7.1 million, for the Ministry of Equity $62 million, and the Ministry of Agriculture $28 million. And the Prime Minister indicated that it is because the government has an indication that these areas are very important to quality of life improvement for St. Lucians, that they are making the investment in those areas. Questions again coming to the Prime Minister from the opposite side pertaining to conditions attached to World Bank loan. The Prime Minister indicated that the Finance Act, the passing of the Finance Act was one of the conditions, as well as the implementation of fiscal rules. There's a question pertaining to why wages seem to have been increased in the estimates, and the Prime Minister explained that the increases reflect what was negotiated with unions for the triennium period, and that since they've not gone back to the table, these increases are being reflected in the estimate of revenue and expenditure. Pertaining to transfers, a reduction in transfers, the reduction the Prime Minister said, it's because of tourism, the tourism and tax. And in response, there will be a separate tax for tourism and a collection of cruise ship tax, which will be done by SNASPA, which will be allocated to SNASPA. The Prime Minister also indicated that on the debt to GDP question raised by the opposite side pertaining to a statement made by the Caribbean Development Bank, the CDB, the Prime Minister indicated that the CDB also credited people as well, that the CDB has corrected this analysis of 102% and has revised its analysis to 86% when it comes to the debt to GDP ratio for St. Lucia. And that's all the time we have here, and coming to you from the St. Lucia Parliament on behalf of the entire staff of the Government Information Service National Television Network. I am Lucia Joseph, signing off until next time.